to use every government lever to address the near-term disruptions related to the pandemic. One area he asked the task force to focus on was ports and trucking. In July, Secretary Buttigieg convened all of the key players from the goods movement supply chain: ports, labor, trucking, businesses, and more. In August, I joined the effort to serve as an honest broker who could help move everyone from finger-pointing towards taking action. By October, the President brought together the nation's largest retailers, ports, and labor, and earned commitments from all to move toward a 24/7 supply chain system. We also worked with the ports to propose fees on ocean carriers that were leaving import containers at the ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach for too long. This fee has helped lead to a 40% reduction in long-dwelling containers at those two ports. We worked with the Georgia Ports Authority to provide flexibility to fund $7 million of pop-up inland ports to alleviate congestion at the Port of Savannah. These pop-up ports started operating in December. The Port of Savannah has also seen a drop in long-dwelling containers and ships at anchor outside its port. And there have been several steps we've taken in between to help get empty containers removed, to generate commitments from leading retailers to move their cargo during off-peak hours, and working with the state of California to support infrastructure projects. There's still challenges, and Omicron could surface more, which we're closely tracking. When bottlenecks emerge in the global supply chain, it can take more time for goods to reach store shelves, which can lead to price increases. That's why the President has taken such aggressive action to alleviate these blockages, and we've seen significant progress. First, we were able to sustain a record-breaking holiday shopping season. As you can see, our preferred measure of goods on shelves, inflation-adjusted retail inventories without autos, rose 0.5% at the end of November compared to the end of October to not only exceed pre-pandemic levels, but also hit the highest monthly level recorded since 1992. Consumers also received 97 to 99% of their packages on time or with minimal delays from the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, and UPS. Second, as we begin the new year, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach announced a new fee on long-dwelling empty containers, building on the success of the fee imposed on long-dwelling import containers in November. This should help further unclog our ports. Third, we're ramping up efforts to ensure U.S. exporters are treated fairly. The Port of Oakland, for example, announced new actions to improve U.S. exports, particularly agricultural exports. Fourth, we're monitoring potential Omicron-related disruptions at ports overseas and at home while working to prioritize the movement of medical supplies at the nation's ports, working closely with the Biden-Harris COVID response team. The impact of the Omicron variant may continue to unfold and will remain focused on supporting the public health response, building on our progress to help ease bottlenecks in critical supply chains, and ensuring consumers have the goods they need. I'll be happy to take some questions.
Thanks so much. One, can you lay out in detail what effect you are seeing that the Omicron variant is having on the ports? And kind of what are you seeing? What are you hearing from officials?
In the very short term, there have been some increased outages from longshore workers and others. So far, that has not disrupted operations. As you saw early in the pandemic, there are procedures in place in terms of personal protective equipment and safety measures for the workers at the ports, and those will be ratcheted up as needed. But as we stand here today, the ports and the supply chains are operating at record levels.
Okay, and then I guess just my broader question, in the view of the supply chain task force, have these supply chain pressures peaked?
It's hard to tell if the supply chain pressures have peaked. I think what is clear is the pandemic laid bare what was the underlying reality, which was the supply chain was stressed even before the pandemic. And we clearly have changes to make to build a more durable, resilient supply chain. One of the great things that's happened is with the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, some of the physical infrastructure upgrades to infrastructure that was built by your parents and grandparents can actually be updated through that infrastructure program.
Trevor?
One of the questions that's come up from the trucking industry is about whether vaccine mandates are restricting worker supply in that area. Is that something that you've seen? Is that still a concern?
Well, first, we know that vaccines work, and with 200 million Americans vaccinated, it's a big step forward. Throughout the supply chain, whether it's truckers, longshore workers, distribution centers, or any other part of the supply chain, we're working hard towards vaccination, which is the real protection for Americans. Going forward, we've been working with individual industries to make it as easy as possible to get vaccinated.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. The Virginia Department of Health said on Tuesday that it's experiencing supply chain issues with getting COVID-19 tests, rapid tests. Can you speak to what's being done to address that issue, not just in Virginia, but all across the country? And do you anticipate it being a problem in terms of getting the 500 million tests that the president wants to bring online?
Well, first, I think what that illustrates is that it's the global supply chain, and it's a global COVID issue that's affecting all countries. We have a procedure in place to prioritize medical supplies as needed. If you'll see in today's White House blog that there's an example of, within the last week, of medical supplies being prioritized by the ocean carrier, by the longshoremen, the railroads, the terminal operators to move those supplies. We're working closely with the COVID task force as they designate those priorities. We have a procedure in place starting with the place of manufacture of those medical supplies to identify them early as they're put in containers, make sure those containers are separately identified, are what we call block stowed in a position on a ship where they can be the first off, and then are prioritized for unloading. That would have to happen, obviously, on a priority basis.
Do you anticipate that the distribution of the 500 billion tests that the president is looking to bring online could be slowed down?
We're working hard to make sure that those tests are there when they're needed. And together, this supply chain, with the millions of people that work on it, have met the challenges so far. We expect to continue to do that.
JJ? Hi, thanks. You mentioned the Port of Oakland coming up with a short-term measure to ease, to alleviate some of the pressure on the agriculture exporters. Is there a long-term plan to help ease some of those same pressures on the ag industry?
Yeah, it's a great question. Many people focus on the import of goods to the U.S., which is important. Exporting goods of all kinds, including agricultural projects, is every bit as important. The Port of Oakland partnership that we have is focused on both the short term and the long term. In the short term, making sure that agricultural exports that go out in containers are not disadvantaged by the global dislocations in supply chains. And in the long term, making sure that everything from the ocean carrier service that brings those American exports around the world to the physical facilities at the Port of Oakland and other ports are in place. Again, it's a great example of where the bipartisan infrastructure law can help build the infrastructure that we need today rather than relying on yesterday's infrastructure.
Ebony, I'll be the last one.
Thank
We'll
you.
invite you back.
Thank you for taking my question. Very quickly, the American Trucking Association has said that there's about 80,000 truckers, shortage of truckers. And so how is that feeding into this disruption, and what is the administration doing to kind of compound those effects of the shortage of truckers?
Well, first, Secretaries Walsh and Buttigieg have been working hard to make sure that that trucking as a profession is more appealing, and it's not just recruiting new people to trucking, it's retaining the truckers that you have. Whether it's internship programs where you don't have to pay for the training to become a trucker, which make it more appealing, or quality of life, quality of job life issues where people are more interested in staying in the profession. Those are some of the ways that it can be done. At the risk of stating the obvious, the private sector has an important part to play here as well in terms of pay and working conditions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. I only have one item at the top for all of you. Just wanted to provide a brief update on our federal testing sites, which we continue to expand and are doing strong work to reach Americans, especially in the areas where we're seeing the greatest need. Throughout the holiday, we work to rapidly establish free testing sites in multiple states, and in the coming weeks, we will have new sites operating across the nation. Additional sites are opening this week in Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, with Maine, Maryland, Nevada, Delaware, Texas, and Washington state to follow. Mobile federal testing sites are now open in New York City and New Jersey, which are providing thousands of free tests daily. Our 12 testing sites in New York City alone have processed over 8,700 tests since the first site launched shortly before Christmas. These sites have been effective in reaching a diverse set of communities, with 76% of those tested in New York City and 82% of those in New Jersey self-identifying as non-white. These numbers reflect the Biden administration's commitment to ensuring that our hardest hit and hardest risk communities have equitable access to testing. With that, Darlene.
I wanted to start with Chicago. Can you tell us if the White House or the Education Department or the administration at large is doing anything to help get teachers and students back into school there?
Well, we are in, across government, we are in regular contact with a range of stakeholders on the issue of school reopening and closures, including superintendents, state leaders, principals, teachers, parents, and other school staff. And that is certainly the case now, today, this week, as the president is working, and we are all working to keep schools open. As the president said yesterday, he wants schools to be open. We know they can be open safely, and we're here to help make that happen. And he agrees with medical, scientific, and education experts that because of the historic work we've done, we are more than equipped to ensure schools are open. And we're going to keep our children and educators who selflessly serve their community safe, but ensure that children are not enduring the mental health impact of not being in school, that there are not gaps in learning. This includes schools everywhere, including in Chicago. Fortunately, 96% of schools are doing just that. And just as a reminder, and I know I touched on this yesterday, but the president and our administration foresaw early on that schools across the country would need additional resources. That's why he fought for $130 billion in the American Rescue Plan for funding to schools to implement mitigation strategies, including $10 billion for testing, which has already been distributed to states. And the Department of Education has also been providing technical assistance and resources for months now on everything from implementing mitigation strategies to connecting schools with testing providers, hosting vaccine clinics, and addressing pandemic related mental health issues. So long story short, we want schools to be open. The president wants them to be open, and we're going to continue to use every resource and work to ensure that's the case.
Are there any equipment needs or PPE or testing or anything like that that you're hearing from Chicago that the White House can be helpful with in terms of trying to get schools off of the virtual model and back into the classroom?
Well, again, $10 billion in testing funding has been distributed to states already. Prior to this month, last year. That funding, I can certainly check if there's more funding available from the state of Illinois, but we're encouraging states to ensure that that money is being spent, is being distributed to schools that need that funding, and we already distributed $130 billion in funding to states to distribute to school districts for mitigation measures. Now, different school districts have made different decisions about what their needs are over the course of the last year, but a number of school districts did take steps to put in place contracts with testing contractors to ensure that they had that availability and access for their schools. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Looking back to that ARP money, does the White House wish that there was more oversight in where that American Rescue Plan funding went, since the president said yesterday that some of the schools have not used it well, and we're seeing in some places like Chicago and Milwaukee, some of it's been earmarked for other purposes, including critical race theory, and in Chicago you've got kids not going back to school now.
Well, Jackie, it's always been the case that local school districts make decisions about what is needed for their schools. That's always been the case long before the president took office. We did distribute that money out to states. As he noted yesterday, some have spent it, others have not spent it. They've spent it in different ways. I would remind everyone that when the CDC put out a range of mitigation measures, there were a range of steps schools could take, and different schools, some schools needed to redo their ventilation. Some schools decided to invest in more bus drivers or more space so that they could socially distance. Different schools made different decisions. What is important for people to understand is that there is some of this funding that hasn't been spent in certain states to put in place mitigation measures. Now's the time to do that.
And then on the new CDC guidance, it's getting some criticism that it's confusing, the testing after leaving isolation, because it says that you don't need to test after day 5, but if you can get a test, if you want to test, and you test positive, you should continue to isolate until day 10. So that would potentially create a gap of people who are positive after day 5 but don't test and go back out into the community. And then there have been other policies that have shifted, including the policy around healthcare workers needing to test negative before returning to work, and then that going away. And also the note in the new CDC guidance that negative tests don't necessarily mean that you're infection-free. So is the CDC still led by science and not by other factors in determining its policy?
Well, Jackie, the CDC is absolutely led by data and science. And, again, if they hadn't changed their recommendations over the course of time, schools would probably be closed across the country, right? They, of course, are continuing to address, as they have for the past year plus, steps that need to be taken in order to protect the American people. The CDC's guidance did not add a recommendation for testing, including in workplaces. The CDC director just answered this question on a COVID briefing about an hour ago, where she basically said there was a lot of questions about testing, and she wanted to provide information in response to that about how to apply a test should people decide to use a test. They have also conveyed in their guidance, and they can speak for themselves, of course, that transmission and infectiousness occurs in the first 5 days after diagnosis with COVID-19, somewhere in the range of 85 to 90% of the time, hence their guidance on the 5 days. So they can speak to their own guidance. It is led by data and science. It is not determined here by the White House. It is determined by the data and the scientists who work at the CDC.
The CDC, Rochelle Walensky and Dr. Fauci, as we've talked about earlier this week, had conflicting accounts of whether testing was necessary. Dr. Walensky said part of that consideration was what people would tolerate. And we know that it's important to keep schools open, to keep the economy running. Isn't it time to incorporate some of those other messaging points into this administration's discussions about how we emerge from this pandemic? We talk about how it's led by the science and we're following the science, but it seems like we're also following economic needs and political needs and logistical needs.
Well, here's the difference from the last administration. We are not driving our decision making on how we're addressing the pandemic through messaging or through political concerns. We're driving it by what the CDC and the medical doctors and the experts there convey. They update their guidance, they change their guidance. Certainly, I'm sure they have disagreements internally about what guidance they should put out. That is a healthy part of a discussion of a policy process. But that's what we're driven by. And that's also why we do COVID briefings, so that you all can ask those questions, as you just did this morning an hour ago.
The president yesterday said this continues to be a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Isn't it also fair to say that it's still also a pandemic of the vaccinated, given the breakthrough cases that we've been seeing?
Well, Jackie, we also know that you are 17 times more likely to die of COVID if you are not vaccinated, and 20 times more likely to be hospitalized. So I think in terms of the impact, the dire impact on people across the country, we should be very clear about the impact of not getting vaccinated and the people who will be hurt, be hospitalized, and face the threat of death the most. And those are the people who are unvaccinated.
One last question on the CDC announcement, rather the COVID briefing announcement. The CDC is not going to change its definition of fully vaccinated to include a booster shot. Jeff Zients and Rochelle Walensky said there's no plans for that. They didn't explain, though, why that is. Can you give us some context on how that decision was made?
Again, I would say that's a decision made by our health and medical experts. They conveyed the technical definition. As you said, a fully vaccinated with COVID-19 has not changed. Someone is considered fully vaccinated if they receive a primary series of vaccines. They also clarified that CDC recommends people stay up to date, as everybody should stay up to date on any vaccine. If your kid needs a vaccine, when you go to the pediatrician and they say you got a 5-year, a vaccine at 5 years old, you kind of hold your breath because you don't want to have your kid get a shot, but you keep it up to date. And that's what they're recommending. But they can speak to their own decision making. Go ahead, Trevor.
Jen, so next week, I know we've got these 3 tracks of talks with Russia.
Yeah.
One is U.S.-Russia, one is NATO-Russia, another is broader European security talks. For the U.S.-Russia talks, is there scope, in terms of what the agenda looks like? What are the specific areas you want to focus on?
Sure, that's exactly right. There are 3 sets of talks next week. They start on the 10th in Geneva. Those will be led by Deputy Secretary Sherman. Then there's the 12th in Brussels, the NATO-Russia Council, and then the 13th in Vienna, which is the OSCE, which will start then, will be represented by our ambassador to the OSCE, Mike Carpenter. So let me give you a preview, as you just asked, for what to expect. Russia has of course raised, as you've seen them raise publicly, they've also raised privately, the issue of European security. Let's be clear, over the past 2 decades, it is Russia that has invaded 2 neighboring countries, interfered in many other elections, used chemical weapons to attempt assassinations on foreign soil, and violated international arms control agreements. We and our allies will be raising those issues and other issues with Russia in the days and weeks ahead, and certainly as a part of these talks. And of course, we cannot forget that there is an ongoing Russian military occupation in Ukraine. In addition to the 3 meetings next week, we will continue to actively support progress on the Minsk Accords to resolve the current conflict in the Donbass. There have been a number of proposals, of course, that Russia has already published or put out there, advocated for. President Biden has made clear that we can make progress on some issues while others are not viable. We're not responding to them point by point, and I don't expect we will in these negotiations because, in our experience, you don't make actual progress by negotiating in public, and also because many of the proposals don't merit such a response. But Russia is very familiar with our positions, which are grounded in the fundamental principles of European security they once agreed to, including that borders cannot be redrawn by force, and countries have the sovereign right to determine with whom they associate. Finally, we don't know what next week's conversations will bring, but our approach to the discussions will be pragmatic, results-oriented, and we believe there are areas we can make progress on with Moscow, make progress on if they come to the table ready to do that. And obviously, that's the nature of diplomacy. Okay.
Sorry, just one more. Within that region, we've also seen a lot of instability in Kazakhstan. Is that something that the White House has a position on?
Yeah, we have obviously, as you noted, we have seen that, and we're monitoring reports of protests in Kazakhstan. We support calls for calm, for protesters to express themselves peacefully, and for authorities to exercise restraint. There are some crazy Russian claims about the U.S. being behind this, so let me just use this opportunity to convey that as absolutely false and clearly a part of the standard Russian disinformation playbook we've seen a lot of in past years. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On this plan or agreement that the White House had with Walmart and Kroger to sell those rapid tests at cost, did the White House make an effort to extend that agreement?
Well, I'm not going to get into details of our private conversations with these providers. It was a set period of time. But what's important for people to understand, or the American people to understand, is that our focus is, of course, ensuring that we are increasing access and access to free tests to people across the country. So obviously that has been the case, selling them at cost, something that we strongly supported, advocated for the last couple of months. Since that time, the president has quadrupled the size of our testing capacity. We have announced the intention to purchase 500 million. We're in the process of finalizing those contracts, of course. Tests, we've made 20,000 testing sites available. We've opened a range of federal testing sites across the country. So our objective is to continue to expand access to free tests for the American people across the country. And I'd also note, of course, next week, people can submit to their insurers, and we'll have more details on that. I know you asked about that yesterday, on how that will work. Can submit to their to their insurance companies to get reimbursed for their tests as well.
But I guess the point is those 500 million tests aren't available yet. You can't go on a website and sign up for them yet. You can't receive them yet. You can't yet file a claim with your insurance company to be reimbursed for the tests that people have been buying. And so I'm wondering, since the president has had the CEO of Walmart here at the White House before, they have a pretty close relationship since he took office, why he would not try to extend that agreement that they had with Walmart, that the White House had with Walmart, to keep those tests a little bit less expensive than they already are.
Well, I'm not going to detail private conversations, but I will just reiterate that next week people can get reimbursed for their tests. I just announced at the top of this briefing a number of additional federal testing large sites that we're opening. We have 20,000 free testing sites across the country, and we are very close to being able to announce put up the website so people can order, if they desire, free tests to be delivered to their homes. So we are very close to continuing to expand access to free tests, and that's what our focus is on. And of course, we certainly believe, and our focus continues to be, that we don't want any American to be in a positions where tests are only available at an untenable price. That's why we are expanding free testing.
And why make the decision to have people have to file a claim with their insurance companies for each rapid test that they buy to be reimbursed by the companies, instead of just making the rapid test free?
We are making the tests free. This is an additional step. We're making them 500 million of them free to people who want tests, and we'll continue to build on that. But this is another step people can take. 150 million Americans who are insured to get reimbursed by their insurance companies, and I expect we'll have more on that in short order.
A few other questions I have. Tomorrow when the president is going to speak on Capitol Hill, is he going to address his predecessor's role in the riot?
Yes. And let me give you a little more preview of that. In addition, and I know I noted this yesterday, but I think it's important for people, so let me briefly reiterate. The president is going to speak to the truth of what happened, not the lies that some have spread since, and the peril it posed to the rule of law and our system of democratic governance. He will also speak to the work we still need to do to secure and strengthen our democracy and our institutions, to reject the hatred and lies we saw on January 6th, and to unite our country. I'd also note that President Biden has been clear-eyed about the threat the former president represents to our democracy, and how the former president constantly works to undermine basic American values and rule of law. And President Biden has, of course, spoken repeatedly about how the former president abused his office, undermined the Constitution, and ignored his oath to the American people in an effort to amass more power for himself and his allies. He sees January 6th as a tragic culmination of what those 4 years under President Trump did to our country. And they reflected the importance to the president of winning what he has called many times, and you've heard him call many times, the battle for the soul of our nation. So just as you heard him say on January 6th of last year, I would expect that President Biden will lay out the significance of what happened at the Capitol and the singular responsibility President Trump has for the chaos and carnage that we saw, and he will forcibly push back on the lies spread by the former president in an attempt to mislead the American people and his own supporters, as well as distract from his role in what happened. So he will, of course, speak to the moment, to the importance in history of the peaceful transfer of power, of what we need to do to protect our own democracy and be forward-looking, but he will also reflect on the role his predecessor had.
Will he call Donald Trump out by name?
We'll see. We're finalizing the speech, but I think people will know who he's referring to.
One more question. When it comes to voting rights, and you've talked about how important that is to the president, will he directly call Senator Joe Manchin and Senator Kyrsten Sinema about voting rights?
He is in touch with a range of members of the Senate, including those you've mentioned, about a range of topics that are of a priority to him, including voting rights. But we're not going to outline more details from here.
Has he been in touch with them this week?
I'm just not going to outline more details of private conversations from here. Go ahead, Kristen.
Jen, thank you. Before I get to what's happening in Washington, I'm wondering if the president has been briefed on the tragic fire in Philadelphia. We know that 13 people so far have been killed in that fire.
I have seen those reports, absolutely devastating, a number of children, but I will have to get an update on if he's been briefed. I know they were just coming out as we were coming out here.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the CDC and the new guidelines, they have come under criticism with a lot of parents, teachers, other folks saying they're just flatly confusing, and that there was a clarification put out yesterday that doesn't feel much like a clarification. And I guess the question is, does President Biden have confidence, and is he satisfied with the job that the CDC is doing?
He has confidence in the scientific expertise, the medical expertise of the team at the CDC, and he believes the American people had a desire, a need for us to address this pandemic led by data and science, and that's what he's going to continue to rely on.
One of the things that people are focusing on is this idea that people can decide whether to get a test. You were just asked a version of this, but I guess the question is, why should it be up to individuals to assess their own symptoms, or whether they even have symptoms?
Again, I think, Kristen, I would encourage you to ask the CDC director and the CDC any specific questions about their guidance. They're determined and issued by them.
Senator Schumer, Majority Leader Schumer, said yesterday that he expects negotiations to resume shortly in the near term between the president and Joe Manchin about Build Back Better. Do you have, I know you were asked about this yesterday, but let me see if I can get an update from you. Any timeline or guidance on when those discussions might start, and will they just start in short order, or is voting rights the priority right now?
Well, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and I can assure you that we are in touch with a range of senators and their staffs and committee staff about Build Back Better, even as we're working in lockstep with Leader Schumer about getting voting rights done, a huge priority to the president. So I would not confuse the legislative calendar with a lack of action or behind-the-scenes discussions about an important priority.
Would the president ultimately, for the larger goal of seeing Build Back Better pass, be willing to sign a final piece of legislation that did not include an expanded child tax credit?
I'm just not going to negotiate from here, but the president obviously sees the child tax credit extension as a key priority. He sees it as a benefit that has provided essential assistance to families across the country, has cut childhood poverty by 40%. That's an amazing statistic. I'd also note, and I mentioned this yesterday, but I got a little bit more information on it. So we're going to continue to fight absolutely to have it done. I would note, though, that Americans who qualified for the extended child tax credit will still receive half of the entire benefit when they file their taxes this year. So the families who have received monthly payments will get up to $1,800 for each child under 6 as when they file their taxes, and up to $1,500 for each child age 6 to 17. Obviously, that doesn't address what happens after here, but just an important component for people to know and understand.
And just finally, quickly on the speech tomorrow, you've given us a little bit of a preview of the substance. Can you talk about how the president is spending this day in terms of preparing to deliver this speech? How much is he focused on that today? Is he doing dry run-throughs? I mean, obviously, this is a significant moment.
Sure. Look, I would say first, I know the president doesn't have public events today. He does have a number of meetings with policy teams, and that's often what he's doing behind the scenes. If you were standing here today, which I know he's always invited, is what you guys will say, but he would say we never give him any free time or any time to think, and that is probably true. So that is a big part of his day today. He is obviously very personally involved in what he's going to say tomorrow. And as somebody who served 36 years in the Senate, he watched in horror as many people who were in Congress that day, whether they were members or staff or people who just had been working in the Capitol building for some time, at what a dark day that was in our democracy. It hit him personally. And I think the role of the former president in this, the role and unfortunately the silence and the complacency of a number of far too many, not every, but far too many member of the Republican Party in the time since then in perpetuating the big lie has stuck with him as well. So I would say that of course he's involved in the writing of any major speech he gives, in feedback and conveying whether it's meeting the moment of what he wants to say, but certainly tomorrow the significance of it is something that he feels personally about. Go ahead.
On the idea of some fresh spending for COVID relief for small businesses, first of all, can you share some reaction to that? And then also, would the White House be open to spending for restaurants, COVID relief for restaurants, or would the president be opposed to that?
Well, as you know, we did a major relief package that included helping restaurants just last year. We are in constant discussions with Congress and leadership about the needs of the American people, whether they are small businesses or restaurants or people sitting in their homes as we continue to fight the pandemic, but don't have any new prediction of pending or new pending requests or specific requests, and wouldn't predict that at this moment in time.
Federal Reserve on the surge, does the White House have a clear idea from Senator Manchin how he would vote on some of these nominations? Has the president been running some of the names by him to see how he feels?
I'm just not going to have an update on that for you.
Okay, and then a question on some big tech legislation. Sure. Do you know if the president supports the House package of antitrust bills to rein in big tech? I know that they were brought up in June.
Yeah.
Has he asked the speaker to bring any of those bills to the floor?
So here's where we are. The president's view is that the history of the country suggests that strong antitrust laws have been a key to American technological leadership and preeminence. And for generations, our approach has been to expose our main tech firms to more competition. The president has been very clear in his view that we need more competition in the tech industry. That's his fundamental view. You saw that in the executive order on competition he signed in July. And his view is that over the past 10 years, the largest tech platforms have, as they've acquired hundreds of companies, including alleged killer acquisitions meant to shut down a potential competitive threat, that's not a healthy place for the system. And the large platforms, the large platform's power gives them unfair opportunities to get a leg up on small businesses that rely on them to reach customers. The president also called on federal agencies like DOJ and the FTC to use their existing tools to tackle these problems in the executive order. I know you're specifically asking about the legislation. We're encouraged, he's encouraged to see bipartisan interest in Congress in passing legislation to address the power of tech platforms through antitrust legislation and to protect privacy. I don't think we've done a statement yet of administrative policy on this particular legislation, but we're in discussion and we are encouraged by the bipartisan interest in doing something about this. Go ahead.
Question on climate. I'm sure you saw Senator Manchin's comments yesterday, positive about reaching a deal on climate. What is the White House's reaction to that? And is there a possibility that that could be sectioned off and reach a separate deal on that?
I'm not going to have any direct reaction to Senator Manchin's comments, which were extensive, and he frequently talks to the press, which of course is a good thing. But I would say that a key component of the president's Build Back Better agenda is climate. And addressing the climate crisis. That's how he feels. It's vitally important to him. As you know, there's a significant investment in addressing the climate crisis in the bill and legislation that we have been working on with Congress on. And that's important because while we have taken a number of steps from the administration with the power he has as president, tackling super pollutants, phasing down HFCs, rallying the world on methane in Glasgow, standing with auto workers and America's big car manufacturers to roll out plans to boost electric vehicles, putting America on track for 1 of every 2 cars sold to be zero emissions. These are important steps he's taken on his own. We know that working with Congress on legislation is vital and important to reaching our objectives, to reaching our goals, and to really making an impact. But I'm not going to negotiate from here on what the specifics are with members of Congress.
2 questions on voting rights. What is the response to Senator McConnell, who was critical of the focus of voting rights on January 6th? That this day was being used to push Democrats' agenda of voting rights. And then, secondly, does the president plan to address voting rights tomorrow, and will he address specifically the filibuster and changing the rules of the filibuster?
Sure. Well, I would say first on the speech tomorrow, I can't believe it's tomorrow, but the speech tomorrow, he will touch on voting rights, but he will have more to say on that soon in a longer format. And the speech tomorrow is more focused on the day, what it means in our history, and the role that some have played in continuing to perpetuate the big lie and perceptions in the country. But he will touch on it. I would note, as it relates to specifically the filibuster, in March, just to go back a little bit here, because I expect we'll be talking about this more, the president said he had, quote, an open mind about dealing with certain things that are just elemental to the functioning of our democracy, like the right to vote, like the basic right to vote. We've amended the filibuster in the past. He's also said previously that senseless obstruction would be a big factor for him. And I think there's no question, objectively, Republicans have not once but 4 times obstructed basic legislation that should not be partisan, but is about upholding our Constitution as they simultaneously attack the most fundamental American right, the right to vote. He also said back in December that if necessary, he supports a rule change to uphold the sacred right of Americans to vote. And this is reflective of the fact that while he is a creature of the Senate and somebody who respects the history of the Senate, he wants the Senate to function. And he wants to move towards and is open to rules changes that will help the Senate function. So I expect he'll have more to say about that, but I just wanted to note a couple of the things he said, including right before Christmas.
Sorry, you said a longer format down the line. Is there another speech planned on voting rights?
We'll have more to say soon, but he'll have more to say tomorrow, past tomorrow, in another format about voting rights. Go ahead, Emily.
I wanted to kind of piggyback on what my colleague was just saying, because I was wondering, does he plan to visit the Senate at all and do a full thorough speech on reform, just as he did when he went to the House regarding the infrastructure bill? Can we see that? And back on the speech again, I know you can't give out everything, however, in calling out Trump, is he also going to speak directly to his own party that have stood in the way of the filibuster?
Well, again, I would just note that tomorrow, while he will touch on voting rights, is not a speech about voting rights. And he will have more to say about that soon. In terms of the location and the format, I don't have anything to preview for you at this point in time. But I think you can expect he will make a passionate case for voting rights, as he has done on a number of occasions in the past, and he will do that soon.
I want to ask a quick question on COVID. You're talking about the tests that are going to be available free online. What is the administration doing to confront communities, underserved communities that don't have broadband access, that are going to have trouble getting and ordering these tests online? What is the administration doing on that end?
Well, I would say it is an important tool, but it is not the only way that we are providing access to free testing across the country, and certainly ensuring that we are reaching communities that may have challenges because of lack of broadband access or the inability to order online is part of our objective. I started this briefing announcing a number of the federal testing sites that we've opened and ones that we will continue to expand. This is in addition to the 20,000 tests we have available across the country. 50 million tests are in the process of going out, started in December, to rural health centers and community health centers, though a lot of those are targeted to lower income communities that may not have access to broadband or be able to order on their computers. And we will, mobile testing sites is something that we have also continued to build out. So we will continue to build out all of those options because obviously equity is a key priority to the president as we work to address COVID. Go ahead, Daniel.
I have two questions. French President Emmanuel Macron said this week that he plans to hassle the unvaccinated to try to get them to get the shot. Since there are millions of Americans who have not been persuaded by, the various government campaigns to get vaccinated, why hasn't the president focused more on kind of scolding the unvaccinated to try to tell them, hey, this is not working for society, and we keep getting these shutdowns?
Well, I would say that if you look just to a little over a year ago, last December, only about a third of the American people were willing to get a shot. And today, over 85% of American adults have at least one shot. And more than 70% are fully vaccinated. So our objective has been to continue to convey to the American people the fact that getting vaccinated will help protect them from hospitalization, from death. It will help protect their loved ones. It will help protect their neighbors and their community. And we've had a great deal of success in that. And obviously the French will make their own decisions about the most effective way to communicate with their public.
Is there going to be any change in strategy in terms of messaging? You guys have had like the Jonas Brothers and others, but like, what do we, Joe Rogan?
More Jonas Brothers. I would say, Daniel, that our approach to date has been that we have looked for trusted messengers. And some of them may have been people who supported President Biden, and many of them were not. And it's been important to us to reach communities, meet people where they are, including with voices. Some of them have been local officials. We found, and this is no surprise to most people who've been covering politics, but local officials, local leaders, pediatricians, they are often the most trusted voices in communities, but also to work with voices of people who, again, may not have voted for the president, but can be effective in helping encourage people to get vaccinated.
Yesterday, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that Democrats' version of the big lie is their concerns that Republicans are making it harder for people to vote. Does the White House have a response to what McConnell said?
Well, I would just say facts are facts, and when you make it harder to vote, you make it harder to vote. So let's just give a couple of examples. Michigan Republicans have been replacing members of county boards of canvassers who voted to certify the 2020 election results, and are replacing them in some cases with individuals who ascribe to the big lie. Georgia passed a law that allows the state legislature to control the state election board, and in turn allows the state elections board to remove local election officials who manage the voting and counting process. Texas passed a law that makes it easier for partisan poll watchers to hover around people while they vote and intimidate them. Montana passed a law that repeals same-day voter registration, makes it harder for people to vote by mail. And Republicans in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin have been pursuing purported audits of the 2020 election, something that's been thrown out of 80 courts in service of the big lie. So if that is not making it more difficult to vote, I don't know what is, but maybe Mr. McConnell has a different definition of that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Ahead of the January 6th anniversary tomorrow, does the president think Attorney General Merrick Garland has done enough to investigate the attempt to overturn the 2020 election? And also, some Republicans are accusing Democrats of playing politics with the anniversary. Does the president think bipartisanship and relations between the two parties are better or worse off than they were a year ago?
Well, on the first one, we do something different here. We leave any decisions about investigations to the independent Justice Department, something that the Attorney General naturally demanded, and the President wanted to in his Justice Department and his Attorney General. And in the second, I would say that what you'll hear the President talk about tomorrow is the fact that you don't just love your country when you win. You love your country, you love democracy. In any scenario. And what is most disappointing to him is that there has been a silence and at times a complacency by far too many Republicans who have sat by and defended the big lie and perpetuated misinformation to the American public. That is not meant to be a partisan. That is meant to be a statement of fact and an important reminder to people of the history of our democracy in this country, and I think that's what people will hear from him tomorrow. I just have to get quickly around here because I want to get to everybody. Go ahead.
I have a question on testing. You started by talking about testing capacity and increasing testing capacity. I'd like to know if the administration, federal government, is doing anything to increase testing processing. We've seen the lines of people waiting, but they're also waiting a long time to get those results, and that keeps society from moving forward. So what is the administration doing to help with that processing gap?
I know that question was just asked on the COVID briefing. It's a very good question. I believe they said they'd look into more information, so let me see if they have more on that.
Okay, one more question for you. Similar vein, with the Omicron variant having such a big impact, perhaps an outsized impact than we were expecting, is the administration eyeing any additional COVID relief? I know Jen asked about restaurant relief, but just sort of a larger package to help people sort of get through this new phase of COVID.
The same answer applies. We are constantly in conversation with Congress and leadership and members about what we think and what they think the American people need in any moment. But it's important also to remember we are in a very different place than we were a year ago or 6 months ago. Historic records of job creation, historic economic growth across the country, historic low numbers of unemployment, low levels of unemployment, I should say, and 200 million people who are vaccinated. So we're in constant conversation, but in terms of a prediction of a specific request, I would say they're constant conversations, but nothing new to report at this point in time.
Thanks, Jen.
Go ahead. Sorry, I will quickly get around to the last three. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick, asking one question on behalf of a colleague who couldn't be here, from Catherine Lucy of the Wall Street Journal. Does the White House see the teachers union in Chicago as an obstruction to overseeing schools? What is their message to union leaders?
So I believe I answered this a little bit earlier, and the president wants schools to be open. He believes we have the tools for schools to be open. And we're going to continue to work to ensure that students are in classrooms, they are in classrooms safely, and they are for the foreseeable future.
And yesterday, New York City Mayor Eric Adams urged local businesses to return back to their offices. We know that the president has said, it's safe to return to schools, but does he agree with this message that, workers should be going back to their offices to help out the, quote, financial ecosystem?
Local leaders are going to make decisions about what is safe and best in their communities. I would say that we would really defer to them. Go ahead in the back.
About the upcoming Russia talks, what are you guys expecting? Are you expecting any concrete results after these 3 rounds of talks, or are you just happy with keeping the line of communication open with the Russians?
Well, I think, and hopefully I gave a pretty extensive preview of what we expect or what we are going to into the discussions, the 3 sets of talks to accomplish, but I'm not going to make a prediction of what's going to come out of them at this point.
And just a quick follow-up, there's a lot of focus on if Russia does indeed invade Ukraine, we will have very harsh consequences for the Russian government. What about the status quo? What is the White House's position on if things don't change and they don't invade Ukraine?
Well, we are continuing to provide defensive assistance to Ukraine. We've been providing assistance, and we will continue to do so in the weeks and months ahead. And that is building on, of course, when President Zelensky was here. And we will continue to discuss, work in close coordination with our partners and allies in Europe as we work to reduce and de-escalate the situation on the border. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have one follow on testing and then
Sure.
one separate question. The follow is, you say the CDC is driven by data, but I'm wondering what role the data about just the sheer availability of tests at this exact moment in time is playing in the guidance that they're offering. And once those 500 million tests and all of the various tests that the White House is procuring, once those come to market, could we see the guidance change?
Well, Dr. Walensky answered this question on the COVID briefing and said specifically it had nothing to do with access to tests. And actually, there's a wide expansive, we're continuing to expand the number of tests that are available, but it's not an issue with tests, their guidance.
A child who has simply been exposed to COVID in school is going to participate in a test to stay in school program, but someone who has actually had COVID is not required to test to re-enter society.
Well, again, I would point you to the CDC to answer any specific questions on their guidance. It's driven by their own data and their own scientists.
And then on Build Back Better, CNBC and Change Research conducted a poll in late December asking various demographics about some of the legislation that's been proposed, the state of the economy. Pure Independents, the group of voters that secured the election for President Biden, they give the president a D across the board on economic issues, and only 30% say that Build Back Better will grow the economy and create jobs. What is your own internal polling telling you about whether independents want Build Back Better and whether you should recalibrate for a different set of policy proposals?
Well, without getting into internal polling, I will tell you that Build Back Better, as you know, hasn't passed yet. And we are working to get it passed. And what we see in a lot of polling is that people like the components of the bill, but they don't know exactly what's in Build Back Better and what it means. And it's always easier to sell a package to the public once it's passed. So we are hoping we're going to get to that point. That is our objective. I would note that the economic data is very strong right now in a lot of areas, economic growth, job creation, low unemployment. We also understand that the way people are experiencing, the American public is experiencing a life right now is through the prism of a pandemic that is we're almost 2 years into. They're tired of it. They're fatigued by it. While it has been an unpredictable, historic pandemic, they want it to be over. And their experience with the economy is inherently tied to that. We understand that it's less about data and more about what people are experiencing in their day-to-day life. It doesn't look normal. They're worried about there being labor shortages and there being canceled flights or not enough teachers in school because of the spread of Omicron. We understand that. So our focus right now is on doing everything we can to continue to fight the virus. We think that is the biggest driver in making people feel better about their daily experiences and better about, we know, the progress that's been made in the economy. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, everybody? This is Carrick with ACG, and welcome to the Video Game News Wrap-Up, where I wrap up the biggest game news stories, at least to me. The first thing I want to talk about is Steam seeing a massive increase in the users of VR, in particular driven by the Quest 2, which grew 3.3%. It is almost at 40%. It's like 36% right now. That's a massive increase to VR, and it shows that VR strengths are still there. It's just that it is very difficult to grow that outside of the holiday season. We also see that the Vive Cosmos jumped a little bit as Did Windows mixed reality? Well, it didn't really jump. It went up 0.1%, but a lot of people have issues with the WMR system and how it was originally connected to the WMR side versus Steam VR, which now you can actually launch that without going directly into the WMR ecosystem. It is awesome to see VR doing such a good job, and it doesn't take a genius to understand that the Quest 2, especially at its price, subsidized by Facebook itself, has really helped out. We'll have to see what the price ends up being when Facebook doesn't require you to sign in, which they technically do still at this time, though they have stated at some point in the future they'll be able to remove that. Now, all this is driven by a hardware survey that is actually optional on Steam, so be aware that these numbers are not definitive. They're just what's been reported by the hardware survey on Steam. It's a little bit like the review system. It can't be 100% trusted, but it still gives you a good general overall picture of VR, and it's increasing year over year. This is all going to be increased when Sony finally decides to release their PlayStation VR, as we know that there are some improvements there. We'll have to see how all this works. I'm excited for this. I like VR, especially when it's working well and you get some of these unique games. In particular, the Oculus does actually have some very nice games on its marketplace, but now that you're starting to look at Steam, you're starting to see a lot of titles come out there, and I've definitely heard through the grapevine that some bigger titles are planned for VR as well once we move into the future, especially in mid-2022. At least that's the rumors that I've been hearing. And next up, if you've been watching the channel, any of the podcasts, you absolutely know this is something I've been talking about for over a year, and that's Samsung and their deals when it comes to gaming and their new TVs. So CES is currently occurring, and today Samsung announced that their new gaming hub will be on their TVs moving forward. This is not necessarily these titles actually being installed on the systems when you buy the TV, but the ability to install GeForce Now as well as Google Stadia. But what's even more important is they now have a pass-through system which allows for you to use your controllers from the Xbox and the PlayStation. The Steam Link has been available for a while on some Samsung TVs, but this is reported that it's not actually going to be a part of the gaming hub. I use the Steam Link on mine, and it actually works quite well when it comes to even my older Samsung TV. We definitely know that Microsoft and Samsung have talked in the background as well, and it wouldn't surprise me if we start to see more and more streaming services being added directly to the game hub on Samsung, as well as some rumors of LG. This is something to me that is quite important because streaming is not only there, but you're actually going to get that ability to sort of jump from your TV over to your tablet, to your computer, what have you, and be able to play without any real adjusting of the controllers. That pass-through is a big deal. This is something that, once again, Samsung announced today. What wasn't announced today but is going to impact us for a long time is the metaverse, or metaverses, because anybody telling you there's one metaverse is completely full of shit. Another one that is the CEO for Square, who wrote a letter to investors, to the people who work at the company, as well as fans, discussing the metaverse and basically introducing that first moment of something I've talked about in the past that was going to pop up, which is guilt gaming. Any of these companies that are trying to push NFTs are going to try to get you into it in some way, and one of the ways the CEO for Square has done this is, surprisingly enough, basically saying that if you're playing the game just to win, you're not really what they're actually looking for. If you're just enjoying the game, that's not necessarily the most important thing to them. I'm going to quote a second from this letter. It says, "I realize that some people who play to have fun and who currently form the majority of players have voiced reservations towards these new trends, and understandably so. However, I believe there will be a certain number of people whose motivation is to play to contribute, by which I mean to help make the game more exciting. Traditional gaming's offered no explicit incentive to this latter group of people who were motivated strictly by some inconsistent personal feelings as goodwill and volunteer spirit. This fact is not unrelated to the limitations of existing user-generated content." So let's sort of deball this right away. The first thing to say is, even he admits this is an inconsistent personal feeling, like goodwill and volunteer spirit, something that you absolutely cannot guarantee. Additionally, the pointing out of play to have fun kind of gamers versus these play to sort of make the game more exciting kind of players, there isn't really a great split there, or certainly a percentage that anybody knows. What's more interesting here, though, is that the idea that the players themselves need to make the game more exciting. One of the problems that we have a lot of times is companies themselves won't support a game. We've seen this with various different companies, and the actual fans have to step in. But this is not something that we want day and date. That doesn't make any sense. If we're talking about 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 years down the road, there is some expectation that the company continues having those servers run, and if they don't, sometimes we get them to release the server files or somebody hacks it, like we've seen recently with Titanfall. But you certainly don't want to rest on your laurels and already be talking about it. Another bit from this that I want to read. From having fun to earning to contributing, a wide variety of motivations will inspire people to engage with games and connect with one another. It is blockchain-based tokens that will enable this. End of quote. First, no, it's not. Anything that can be done with an NFT can be done prior. We've already seen that, and the experience of that is something like Second Life, which has been doing it for years. NFTs do not allow for this. The companies are telling you that because they want you to buy into NFTs and they want you to believe that something is actually impossible. And this is backed up by the developers I've talked to who've basically stated, including, as we saw an initial report from Ubisoft devs, not even understanding why the publisher was pushing NFTs so hard. But what I've been told is nothing so far whatsoever could not be done with existing technologies easier. The statement that was stated by multiple different developers is NFTs legitimately are the exact same thing, only done far less efficiently. And the last bit I want to read because I take personal issue with this, and if you don't, that's fine. In the quote, he states, our lifestyles have changed and we're learning to coexist with COVID-19. Against that backdrop, I believe that the new technologies and concepts that I've discussed and the changes that they bring to our business environment will provide us with numerous opportunities to enrich people's lives through digital entertainment, which is at the core of our business. End of quote. That's absolutely correct. However, I do take severe issue with bringing up COVID-19 engaged with this. That is a very simple guilt gaming kind of situation, something I've been telling you guys would pop up, and we're starting to see this here. It is no way, shape, or form related to COVID-19. NFTs were prior to COVID-19, or at least the idea of them. The idea that we need to basically bring this up as some kind of magical fix that will help us throughout gaming really is just distasteful. I didn't like this entire presentation. You can find this actual letter in the link that'll be in the description. I'd like to know what you guys think. Again, maybe this is just me and I'm the only one who takes issue with it. Also, if you want to learn about NFTs, if you want to learn about how these are going to affect your games mostly negatively, and this is backed up by the actual research that's been done and the actual experiences we currently have, feel free to watch my older videos that discuss NFTs in depth when it comes to video games, because they are slightly different than your typical JPEG, right-click, save Dan, and then uploaded to OpenSea to become an NFT. And while I mentioned this briefly before, I want to bring it up once again. Titanfall 2, there's a mod out there that allows for you to now set up your servers for that game. So if you're a fan of Titanfall 2, you want to go out there and you want to play some multiplayer with other people, there is a way to do so. Go online, look it up. You can find the link to the various different files for setting up your server. This is something that as we move forward and games sort of start to peel away on the wayside, older titles that were structured around general consoles at the time and not these current gen, more powerful titles, we're going to start to see this kind of thing sort of ramp up. What I would like to see is the company step forward and say, here are the server codes for doing something like this. Here's the information. We've definitely seen companies do that, where a company ends up sort of looking at the game and saying, hey, we're going to mothball this thing. And at the same time, here's the information if you want to run your own private servers. I don't like the idea of them dropping a server, but I do understand that as things change, some of the old titles are just going to fall to the wayside. But I think it's absolutely imperative that this becomes the norm, that we start to get companies that are at least looking at the future and identifying that, hey, if we drop support, it doesn't mean that people are going to stop wanting to play. We have the server files, maybe build up a package and put that together and give it out to people so that they can continue playing your game. You are only going to create fans. Lastly, I got to talk about the success that Sega has seen these last couple years, and much of it has been driven by their adjustments to how they do business, and we can look no further than the Yakuza series coming to PC. 2.8 million units were sold on PC. Sega had a management meeting. They talked about the strategies for Yakuza, for all of their other Sega titles, and we have seen this do nothing but success. Now, we know that Lost Judgment is not coming directly to the PC. There's various issues with the actual star or actor's main agency and their dislike for anything that's on PC. But you look at this and you can see that Sega is starting to see that growth that a lot of us old-style fans really appreciate. Sega's got a number of IPs that many of us would want to see, and the idea that they can possibly release some of these out on the PC as well as the console means that a company like Sega can take a few more risks in what they want to release. I, for one, am waiting for Space Harrier 3D and Space Harrier VR. If that happens, I'm going to shit myself. Then you got Thunderblade, you got Altered Beast, you've got all kinds of different games. Afterburner. Sega has a ton of IPs. Headhunter 3, yes please. And this kind of information from Sega is only backed up by Steam itself. They broke a record. Most concurrent users, nearly 28 million people, were logged into Steam playing games. Guys and gals, this is awesome. I love the growth of various different companies as well as just a larger community of gamers. This is fascinating stuff, but it also is a place where it allows for you to have a little bit more of a voice. There's more people here that can possibly put down their foot on some of the stuff, like the random NFTs or rampant microtransactions, and I suggest that you do. Don't take anything at face value when it comes to a company telling you, hey, we're in it for you. Technically, they're in it for the dollars in your wallet. They've never been in it for you. And as we roll out of this news segment, I just want to say thanks to everybody. If you get a chance, subscribe. If you don't, hey, you know what? That's fine too. Go out there. If you want, post a couple of your comments. What were your favorite games in 2021? I would love to know. Post them here in the comments. Post what you think about NFTs, what you think about Steam breaking records, what you think about Sega. What games would you like to see? I would love to see more of these companies that don't release on PC start to do so. We are already seeing a massive, almost continental shift when it comes to Sony doing so. This is something that many people thought would never happen, and it has really shaken the Sony faithful in understanding exactly where their platform is. Personally, I don't think it devalues it, but I know a ton of people who do. We see a lot of these companies that just release on consoles, even if it's on 2 or 3 of them, that I would love to see on PC. This is excellent. I would love to see them take the advancements of higher frame rate, adaptive VSync, everything they can, because those are now on the newer consoles as well. And really, all you can get from that is more players, more games, and more fun. Peace out.
Steelers keeping their playoff hopes alive last night in Big Ben's likely final game in front of the home fans in Pittsburgh. Did throw 1 touchdown pass, got a ton of help from the defense. They picked off Baker Mayfield a couple of times. They sacked him 9 times. Najee Harris went for 188 yards and a touchdown. Steelers still have a chance to make the postseason, just a 7% chance. Last night, though, was all about Big Ben. He talked about taking that final knee.
You know, anybody in football will tell you when you're on offense that that's the best play in football, the best formation, the best play. And so to go out there and take a knee made it probably even more emotional and more real. And yeah, it wasn't pretty, but like I said out on the field, I think that's kind of feels like that's been my style. Not pretty, but finding a way to win. And I think that's 92 wins here at Heinz Field, and that's what it's always been about for me, is winning football games. And this is one more, and it's very special.
A deeper look at the home dominance for Ben Roethlisberger, the most wins by a quarterback at a single venue, and Tom Brady has the most at one stadium, Gillette Stadium, with 135. John Elway at Mile High with 104. And Ben Roethlisberger, 98 at Heinz Field, that building opening in 2001. Let's bring in Charles Davis for more on Ben Roethlisberger. Charles, I mean, you look at the numbers. He threw it 46 times for 123 yards. He's nowhere near the quarterback that he once was, but it seemed pretty clear there was an inspired effort from his teammates and from that grateful fan base, didn't it?
Absolutely, and don't forget, this is a team that still has playoff aspirations. And with that organization, they're not going to just let them go. It's not just Mike Tomlin getting his 15th consecutive non-losing season. which I think is the best start ever for a head coach in the NFL. It's still playing to try and get into the tournament, as a lot of players talk about. But when you put it all together, let's not underestimate, as you pointed out, the inspiration that these guys had, wanting to send their quarterback out the right way. If anyone ever has any questions about a quarterback and how a team feels about them, all they got to do is plug in last night's tape. You found out how this team felt about their leader, Ben Roethlisberger, because they got contributions from everywhere. The defense, 9 sacks, as you pointed out, 2 interceptions. Baker Mayfield hit 11 times. They didn't give up 100 yards rushing. Prior to that, they'd given up over 200 yards rushing 3 straight games, 3 out of the last 4 games. So they played well on offense. How about Najee Harris, 188 yards, looking like a young Franco Harris, whose record he broke for rookie rushing. So put it all together. They obviously played for their quarterback and leader. They also played for the chance to have a big game against Baltimore this weekend in hopes of still getting in to the tournament.
Yeah, if they win that and the Jaguars can pull off a big upset against the Colts, the Steelers would likely be in the postseason. That's a big if. That's why Sportsline says it's only about a 6.6% chance. Now, Baker Mayfield, you mentioned, sacked 9 times. He was a mess, picked off a couple of times. He's injured. He's not going to play in the season finale because he's going to have to undergo surgery on his shoulder. This is a big moment for his career and for the Browns in that franchise. What do they do at quarterback ahead of his potential 5th-year option?
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on here because yesterday, I believe I said they hadn't picked up the 5th-year option. I did some investigating. Chris, you're going to have to help me. I think that they actually did. So now we got to figure out, is he the guy going forward after this year that you're going to pay that kind of money to be your starting quarterback? That's what's going to be the discussion, because if you took it from last year about midseason through the postseason, there's no question they were on the right track and Baker Mayfield was the guy. This season, so many different goals not met by the team overall. But in Baker's defense and in his favor, a toughness to him, a grittiness to him, played hurt, always shows up, answers the call. I think what's interesting is this offseason discussion, is he the guy, not the guy, is actually in his favor. Because the Baker Mayfield I know, and I've known him since he was a freshman at Texas Tech, he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder, Chris. He has a boulder that Sisyphus tried to push up the hill, okay? Mm-hmm. That's when he operates at his best. When he's doubted, when people criticize, when people say he's not the guy, that's when he's at his best. He'll have to be next year because they got some big decisions to make. Last thing, this is not the draft, I think, that he has to worry about in terms of quarterbacks coming out. I don't think there'll be a major rush like there was last year to go get these guys. But he has to show that he's going to be the guy long-term in the season coming forward.
Yeah, they picked up that 5th-year option last April, thinking maybe, he performs well this season. Maybe he gets that long-term deal before going into that 5th year, but it certainly appears like he's going to have to earn that contract and maybe an extension with that play next season for the Cleveland Browns. And it feels like there's more pressure on him and the Browns as it pertains to the quarterback position because, you look across the division and across the state at what Joe Burrow is doing with the Cincinnati Bengals. Burrow and Chase, they're developing like a Montana-Rice type connection here. How much do you think that plays into what the Browns are going to do moving forward?
It plays into it in a big way. And you mentioned within the division, Lamar Jackson's in Baltimore. Okay, Pittsburgh's the one that has to answer some questions. But this Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase thing, obviously it goes back to LSU. Remember during the run-up to the draft, the big debate was, should you get a left tackle to help protect Joe Burrow, who had torn his ACL in his rookie year? Penei Sewell was the name most mentioned coming out of Oregon. Or do you add another weapon to go along with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd at wide receiver? They chose the weapon. And then, of course, Jonah Williams made him look good at left tackle by having his best season yet. But when you put it all together with these two, it's not just a matter of Jamar Chase is fast and Joe Burrow meets him with a pass. It's understanding each other. It's playing through some confidence dings. Some drops by Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow never shied away from it. And when Joe Burrow makes a second and third reaction play in the pocket, Jamar Chase knows how to adapt, adjust, and find his way open. And those two, that's a heck of a connection. So back to the draft day, Chris. Duke Tobin and Nebraska at Cincinnati, they got it right. Not that Penei Sewell isn't a terrific player, But they got what they wanted, because look at the season T. Higgins is having, over 1,000 yards. Tyler Boyd has a chance to go over 1,000 yards. Joe Mixon rushing the football over 1,000 again. I think Jamar Chase helps open things up for everyone.
And already clinching the division, they're going to get at least one home playoff game. They take on the Browns, who will not have Baker Mayfield in the regular season finale. Biggest game of Week 18, though, Sunday night, Chargers and Raiders. It's a virtual play-in game for the postseason. Another off-field issue for the Raiders this week. It's been just one thing after another, right? Starting nickel Nate Hobbs arrested for DUI. You've had the Raiders a lot. You had them, before the John Gruden situation came about, before the Henry Ruggs situation came about, and then again after. How have they kept it together on the field when things off of it have been such a mess?
Well, I think it starts with, you've got to look at the locker room itself, and this is where Derek Carr probably should get a lot more love about what he has done there. Because, how many years have we talked, Chris? Is Derek Carr really John Gruden's guy? Is he really the right guy for this job? And every year he puts up nice numbers, but they don't pay off with the playoffs. This one could have easily gotten away from them. And I get the sense that he just wouldn't let it happen. He kept this team going in a lot of ways. Other guys have jumped up and given better contributions lately. All of a sudden, Josh Jacobs has emerged. He's one of the top runners when he's right. Finally got over 100 yards, 129 in the last ball game against Denver. So now we're starting to see that happen. The defense, which has been better all year long than it was before, again, starting to put pressure on quarterbacks, led by Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator. But when we talk about what's gone on there, and we use the word distractions, and not you, Chris, but a lot of people on the outside, when you say distractions, you're not even coming close to what's gone on at that place. We're talking bona fide tragedies that have happened there. We're talking about things that are ending up in criminal court. And we're talking about lives in the balance and lives lost. This is amazing that they are in this position in terms of on-field play, considering what has happened off-field. So I never want to get short shrift to that, because that's real world stuff. But if we're talking strictly football terms, if they get in, make sure you point a good finger at Rich Bisaccia, the interim head coach, and at Mike Mayock, the general manager. In tandem, in lockstep, they kept this team moving in the right direction, and this team's responding for Rich Bisaccia now.
And they're one win away from getting into the postseason. In some cases, maybe one tie away from getting in as well, but that's for another day.
Don't throw that one out there.
It's crazy. Yeah, it could be a situation where, if the teams tie, if you guys don't know watching, if the teams tie, they could both get in. But nobody's going to do that. No coach is going to agree.
Put that in the atmosphere where one's going to receive the kick and they'll just kneel down and then hand the ball to the other and they'll kneel down and we'll go through 60 minutes in overtime.
Can you imagine that? Oh, imagine calling that game. On the other side, though, it's the Chargers, right? And the team that, we expected to be in the postseason this year with Justin Herbert. How important is this game for last year's Offensive Rookie of the Year, Herbert in particular, who now, you could argue he's the second best quarterback in his draft class behind Burrow.
Yeah, and look, remember, Burrow, and Tua Tagovailoa will be in lockstep together as long as they're in the league because of where they went in the draft, 1, 5, and 6. So put it all together now for Justin Herbert. It's not as important within his own locker room because they truly believe in him. They think he's the guy. But I will tell you, having talked to at least 2 top personnel people around the league, independently after they lost to Houston, I heard this quote, and I'm paraphrasing for both, but essentially this is what they said. Joe Burrow doesn't let his team lose a game like that. So that's the outside perception. I think this kid is built of steel, a lot more than what people know. And this is a great opportunity for him to change that perception from the outside world. That yes, he's a gorgeous thrower of the football, but Joe Burrow has that so-called it factor that has taken the Bengals to an AFC North title. It's a great opportunity for Justin Herbert to join him and let people know that it factor is there. And I believe that it is. He's got it. Win or lose this ball game, I think this kid has it. But I'm just telling you, Chris, talking with people around the league, just a couple of people who are pretty highly placed, that's how they felt. So it's a very interesting deal to see how Justin Herbert and his team finishes this thing off.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Chargers, Raiders for the right to go to the postseason Sunday night. Charles Davis with us here on CBS Sports HQ ahead of his final regular season game of the season. These are the Week 18 matchups beginning on Saturday with the Broncos hosting the Chiefs and the Cowboys taking on the Eagles. 2 Saturday games, and then on Sunday, Ravens-Steelers. It's the one Charles is going to be on the call for, 1 o'clock Eastern time on CBS. Both teams still alive in the playoff race. The winner will have a chance, but definitely going to need the Jags to upset the Colts if they're to get in. Rams trying to win the division. 49ers trying to get into the NFC postseason, the wild card there. And that Sunday nighter is Chargers-Raiders for potentially that last playoff spot.
Do you want a sports network that delivers everything that matters about the game? The highlights, the picks, the instant analysis, no yelling, no fake debates, no politics. Hit the subscribe button and never miss a moment.
So appreciative of Seven, not only his play, but his leadership, and just a tough night, man, but awesome night.
You walked outside and felt the energy and saw all the Seven jerseys, all the Seven signs, and it was truly an atmosphere that I've never felt here before.
Did you get the game ball?
I have no, he didn't, coach didn't like make an announcement or anything, but I'm sure it'll be in my locker.
Would that be your favorite game ball?
Probably. It's going to be up there. If not, it's special.
Tuesday edition of PFTPM, the morning after Big Ben's farewell to Heinz Field. Slightly different scene than last year with the final home game against the Browns in the playoffs. Ben and Marquise Pouncey sitting alone on the bench. This time it's kind of a victory lap for Ben Roethlisberger. He didn't do the whole lower bowl at Heinz Field, but got to walk off as a winner, 26-14 over the Cleveland Browns. Playoff hopes still alive.
Still alive. This is PFT Live, by the way, not PFTPM. Wake your butt up on a Monday.
Did I say PFTPM?
Oh, yes, you did.
Did I really?
Yes, you did.
Jeez.
Yep, wake
Wow.
up. Let's go.
Wow.
Get your butt going. You're
Wow,
having
it
a
is
Baker
PFT
Mayfield
Live.
performance here early on. Come on, let's go.
I've thrown 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
I've completed 24 of 46 passes for 123 yards. You know, history was set last night, as Pete, who is quick to rain on the Big Ben parade, pointed out. History was made last night. The fewest yards ever gained by a quarterback with 45 or more attempts in a game. Ben Roethlisberger, 123 yards on 46 attempts. That's not a good night throwing the ball, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they won.
They
beat the Browns.
It worked.
It's amazing. It was amazing to see the outpouring, whether it was it felt like a 10-hour Super Bowl pregame on ESPN with all the Ben Roethlisberger adulation, and the fans stayed until the very end. And, he was there 18 years, and he won 2 Super Bowls. Yes, it's been a while since the last one, and yes, there were some unfortunate things that happened that everyone has apparently forgotten about back in 2010 or thereabouts when they wanted to run him out of town, literally. I remember listening to talk radio in Pittsburgh 2010 when it was just one person after another calling in, sharing their grievances about Big Ben. He cut in line at a Subway restaurant or whatever it was. I mean, it was any little thing they could come up with. They were so upset with him after he got suspended for his misadventures in Milledgeville, Georgia.
Right.
That's all gone now. It never happened. Never happened. It's amazing. It's an amazing act of redemption. And now he walks off into the sunset and still has a chance to get to a Super Bowl and literally walk off into the sunset with a trophy under his arm, although I would put the odds at that as very slim, especially since I don't think they get into the playoffs, because the Jaguars have to beat the Colts for them to get to the playoffs, and they have to beat the Ravens in Baltimore. I'll be stunned if the Jaguars beat the Colts. But crazier things have happened this week, Chris. So I can't rule out anything at this point.
It's a crazy year. I mean, altogether, you're right. This week, this year, whatever, this month, we see crazy victories all the time. We saw the Jets really controlling a football game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Super Bowl champions, just this past weekend. So you're right. Anything's possible. There's no doubt. But I mean, hey, Pittsburgh, that was cool to see last night. That really was. I mean, first off, I want to give credit to the whole football team. I mean, just again, the way to get your butt whooped the way they did against the Kansas City Chiefs, I think the first thing that jumped out to me last night, their energy, their emotion, their toughness. I know you picked them to win the game. Pasta and meatballs, correct, check mark. I mean, but you're right, and that's to me like Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, you say what you want. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers just always come ready to fight for the most part. Or whenever you think they're dead, they show you a little life. I think between that, the energy in the stadium provided by, people knowing that it was Big Ben's last game, the Steelers played an emotional, tougher football game from the get-go, and I was glad to see Big Ben go out a winner. I really was. He's a legend. Yeah, you said it's been some rocky roads there, but for the most part, come on, man, what he's done in Pittsburgh, it's all-time great status. It really is. The fact that they're in it every year, they went to 3 Super Bowls. You're right, it's been a while, but oh my gosh, I mean, every year in the conversation for playoffs, in the playoffs, certainly years sprinkled in with, are they the best team in the AFC? Just a phenomenal career by Big Ben, and cool to see him get sent off in that way.
What's amazing for all their struggles this year, they haven't lost at home.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Since week 3 against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, they had that unfortunate tie against the Lions, which ultimately could be the thing that keeps them out of the postseason, but they have won every other home game since then. The problem is they haven't won on the road since Halloween at Cleveland.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to win on the road at Baltimore. And maybe that's a tougher task than the other side of it. I don't know. But because, look, the Jaguars, as Pete pointed out, they've beaten the Colts 6 straight times in Jacksonville. Now, this Jaguars team just gave up 50 points to the Patriots. This Jaguars team has shown no life since Urban Meyer was fired. Usually there's some sort of a lift that you get after the coach is fired because guys want to play well for the interim coach because they realize a new guy who comes in may make a lot of changes, and those changes may include me, so let's go out and win for this guy because maybe we can keep him as our coach and everything stays the same. It never happened for the Jaguars this year. But they get the chance to play ultimate spoilers. And apparently there are fans who are planning to show up in clown paint or clown outfits because this is the thing they've been doing to put pressure on Shad Khan after the decision was made and leaked to NFL media that they're bringing back Trent Baalke as the GM. So I don't know what factor that's going to have. I don't know how many clowns are going to be in the uniform or in the stadiums rather on Sunday in Jacksonville, but that becomes a critical game now.
Critical.
If the Jaguars can beat the Colts and the Steelers can beat the Ravens, the Steelers are in the playoffs, unless the Chargers and Raiders tie. This is the ultimate chaos scenario. Steelers beat Ravens, Jaguars beat Colts. If the Chargers and Raiders tie, both the Chargers and Raiders are in and the Steelers are out, which would just be perfect if it happens. And you have to wonder whether the two teams are tempted to engineer a tie. I'll tell you what, if the NFL ever caught wind of something like that, I could see the commissioner issuing the unprecedented double forfeit and knocking them both out of the playoffs. But if it would just naturally happen that they would tie, they'd both be in and the Steelers would be out. And the Colts would also obviously be out because they would have lost to the Jaguars. So it's an amazing potential outcome if it gets to that on Sunday night.
No, it definitely is. I mean, it seems far-fetched, but in a year where, again, we've seen that there's no great team in the NFL, there's inconsistencies every week, who the hell knows? We could be sitting here Sunday night going, man, there's a chance. Holy cow. I certainly don't expect the Jags to beat the Colts. And, of course, like you said, it's going to be tough sledding for the Steelers just to go into Baltimore and beat the Ravens as is. But we'll see where it goes. Either way, I didn't expect them to win last night. I didn't. But I knew they were going to win about 3 minutes into the football game just because you could tell the energy and one team was, like, ready to go, fired up, tough as hell. I mean, to me, it's like Big Ben's career. It started off 2004. Oh, man, is he ready to play? I don't know. And, man, what did he do? Like, won his first 11 starts as a starter, as a rookie. That was unbelievable. Last night, Cleveland team that is more talented coming into town. You think, oh, man, all right, they got knocked out of the playoffs, but still, maybe there's no pressure. They'll let it fly. They want to end their season on a good note. No. Big Ben, the Steelers smothered them from the get-go. Clearly, were the tougher, physical team, wanted the game more, and that was impressive. It really was. Like you said, it wasn't like a great offensive showing by Big Ben, but the one thing is, it took care of the ball for the most part. Was somewhat efficient as far as keeping them in as good a situations as they possibly could. But, this is where Big Ben is at. This is why we're saying goodbye. He's no longer – he's a shell of the guy he once was. And, at one point of his career, he was the ultimate magic maker, the guy who can make things happen in the pocket, people hanging on him, throw the ball still 40 and 50 yards down the field. Yeah, what we've seen here the last year and this year especially, look at this sprite chart here. It's a lot of – let me find a way to get the ball out of my hand quick, throw the ball accurately into short windows, and it's not all that fun to watch, but it's not all on him either. They don't have the greatest offensive line, but either way, good job by them. The running game dominated, and Big Ben, pretty cool. I was really hoping, Mike, that he would get to kneel down at the end of the game and kind of have that last little bit of showman, or that last little bit of the spotlight, I should say, and that was cool too. I wish he would have kneeled the ball and got up and ran around the stadium and gone crazy. He seemed like he was so reserved, he almost didn't know how to react, but still, it was a cool moment to see a legend go out like that.
Yeah, you could tell he didn't know what to do, and
Right.
I was looking to see if anyone was going to give him some guidance. He eventually did that kind of a half victory lap, and then he was still out on the field, and there was a neat moment when his family came down, and you see him walk off into the tunnel with his wife and his 3 kids. That was great, and I haven't seen the pictures of it yet, but there was a cameraman right behind it. There got to be some great images of that final walk-off. And, Najee Harris had 188 rushing yards on 28 attempts, and it felt like he should have had more because there was a sense that Ben was doing what Ben does, where he just changes the plays whenever he feels like it.
Or the
what are they gonna
RPOs.
do? Fire him?
Right.
What are they going to do? What are they going to do? But it's his last game. He's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
It did seem like he was going to go out like a Kobe Bryant blaze of glory, where he's just like, I might throw it every play tonight. The hell with it. It did feel like that at one point.
It helped that the Browns were so inept offensively.
Yes.
And, there was this Nick Chubb mystery. Where's he? And there was
What
no
the
injury
hell?
designation provided during the game. And then after the game, the coach says, he had a rib problem. Hey, teams have been fined. And not significant amounts as it relates to the overall net worth of an NFL franchise, but they've been fined, 5 figures for failing to provide injury updates during games. It's just weird when it happens because it's so commonplace. Guy's got a rib injury, his return is questionable. There's no strategic edge that you sacrifice by making that disclosure during the game, and it is required. It is mandatory. It'll be interesting to see whether or not the Browns get in any sort of trouble with the league office for that.
Hi, I'm Mike Tirico, and thanks for watching. Make sure to hit subscribe for the latest news and highlights from NBC Sports.
Welcome to Buttheads, the only podcast on the internet where these 2 dudes talk about media. I'm Tristan Edelman, and with me is Isaac Ely, and we are butting heads on the Best of the Legend of Zelda series for our very first season. Hello, Isaac. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Tristan?
I'm doing good. This is interesting because we're both huge Zelda fans, and we're going to be talking about every game in the mainline series across, 20 episodes, I guess.
Yes.
And I say that because we're going to be doing 19 episodes, each dedicated to a game.
Mhm.
And we're going to have a finale, and we're going to talk about spin-offs in between. And we're going to give our thoughts and general background, have a guest, and then just discuss how we rank each game as we go along. And that's where we might actually butt heads.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of slow at first because, you will only have 1 game down, so there will be only 1 on the list. But as we go on, we both have played enough Zeldas to know that there's going to be some variances in our list. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be fun to have guests on and hear that their favorite game is Zelda 1, Zelda 2, those kind of games, because it's just not heard of. So it'll be very interesting, very fun, and I'm excited.
Me too. And I say this is like Zelda is the first season because if we continue doing this, it could be tackle some movies, tackle some other series
music,
of games.
Yeah.
So we'll see how things go. But for now, it'll be 20 weeks of Zelda, which is a lot. And so just before we get started and explain who we are, I do want to just give a roadmap of everything. Like I said, we're going to be covering some of the spin-offs that are released between the main lines. But I'm just going to list off all 19 mainline games that we're going to be talking about just so people get an idea. Of course, to start, The Legend of Zelda. And bear with me as I'm just listing off names. The Adventure of Link, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Four Swords, The Wind Waker, Four Swords Adventures, The Minish Cap, Twilight Princess, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, A Link Between Worlds, Triforce Heroes, and Breath of the Wild. With episode 20's finale. Thank you for sticking through that if you're still here.
It's a lot.
But I want to make clear because I think some people don't think of like, Four Swords as being a mainline Zelda game. And it pretty much is. There's really, it's not like Mario where there's really that many spin-offs. The spin-offs are Link's Crossbow Training or the CDI games that are like not canon and all that. And now more recently there's been Hyrule Warriors and Cadence of Hyrule, so those are true. But everything else is still within the vein of like adventuring Zelda games. So most of them are part of that main series.
And the thing is too is you don't, like you said, I when we talked about which games we would play, which ones we wouldn't, I really didn't think even Triforce Heroes was technically canon. And then we went in and did our research, and it is. So it's just going to be interesting to see those games or certain games that we haven't played before and figure it out in our list. But when you read them out like that, it just seems like a lot. It's exciting though.
Yeah, and you mentioned the guests. We're going to have a guest who are our friends, people in the gaming industry, whatever, talking. And we're trying to get people whose favorite game is each of the episodes we're addressing. So far, what we have planned out for the first two, that's not the case.
It's impossible to find.
But there's people who both love the games that we're talking about, so that's what we're really looking for. It doesn't have to be their favorite, but that was kind of the goal to begin with. That being said, for this episode, as we talk about the very first Legend of Zelda with, on the NES, we'll be talking to Austin Clark, a friend of mine, and he's a maker of games, little indie games under Good Cat Games. His Twitter is Aesop Beef, AESOP B3EF, and so follow him because he's coming up later.
And we appreciate him for coming on because, like Tristan said, it was very interesting saying whose favorite Zelda game is Zelda 1 and not getting any responses, and then saying, well, who likes Zelda 1 and getting a little more responses. So, no, I think it'll be cool, too. Hopefully in the future, with people listening in, maybe they'll say, hey, my favorite game is Zelda 2. My favorite game is Oracle of Seasons, and we can get people on that are actually, that's their favorite game.
And to that point, too, we're going to have a little bit of input from one person who messaged me on Instagram who's like, I really like Zelda, who's not Austin. So we'll get to that later.
The more the merrier.
And I think that'll change as we go along. Because part of it, too, is we got to talk about who we are, right? Our age and, the certain games mean more to us. So I'm Tristan Edelman, as I mentioned. I am how old am I? 20?
Mid-20s, that's all that matters.
24-year-old man, and I have freelanced for various games outlets and hard news technically. I went to journalism undergrad, getting my master's in film studies, and I still write stuff for myself basically on my Medium page. So I spend a lot of time with pop culture, video games, movies, music, whatever. What about you, Isaac?
And then there's me. I'm Isaac. I'm 25 now. I'm one of the 26.
God, we are really selling ourselves as idiots who don't know how to.
The thing is after 21, it doesn't really matter for a while. I'm 25. I work in insurance. I love music. Music is my first love. I would say compared to Tristan, media in general isn't my biggest thing. I have my favorites, but I don't necessarily go into every single Zelda game. I don't go into every single parts of a series if I like it. I'll just pick what I like and keep it there. But Zelda is one of my favorite all-time favorites. I started one of my earliest games I can remember playing was Ocarina of Time, and it's still one of my all-time favorites, if not my all-time favorite video game. And everything past that, Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, all those games I've played and I've loved. So I'm very excited to go a little bit older than those games because I've never really been one to play Zelda 2. You know, I remember having an SNES. I remember an NES being around, but I didn't really play those games. So, you know, getting the chance to go back and kind of figure out what started it all is really exciting. I think you have like a very similar love of Zelda kind of back from your childhood.
Yeah, and I've played a lot of these older games more as well. And actually, we had been talking about this, and I had said that the first Zelda or Zelda 2 were some of my earliest games after playing like a little bit of Ocarina of Time or whatever, but I realized actually my first Zelda was Oracle of Seasons on the Game Boy Color, and I also had a Choose Your Own Adventure book like licensed by it. It's really,
that's bringing up memories.
so it's weird that I didn't think about that, so it'll be interesting to get to those games because I think those two games are really great, by the way. And both of us have played a lot of the Zelda games, even though like you said you haven't played the older ones, but we both have holes. My biggest one is probably just I've not played Breath of the Wild.
Yeah,
still.
And I have, and that's the thing. It's weird that, you know, Breath of the Wild is the newest one. You think that would be the first one you would jump onto, but I kind of remember around that time you were going through a whole phase of retro video games, which is funny because you ended up playing these games we're playing right now while I was playing the games we'll play down the road.
I also just didn't have a Switch, so that's helpful. I have one now. So this is all a big background thing. You know, this is our first episode.
We should probably mention how we know each other.
Yeah, we're just friends from middle school. So when we were
school.
playing, you know, that's probably when I was getting into Zelda games. Stuff. And I was a Sony kid, and I didn't have Nintendo consoles, and I got a couple, and then I was like, I gotta play this Zelda game.
I was a Nintendo kid who didn't have anything until 8th grade, and then I got a PS3, and then I kind of strayed away from Nintendo because it wasn't cool anymore. But you always come back to the older classics.
And I've found that nowadays the only games that really excite me are like Nintendo announcements.
Right?
Like, I mean, like Cyberpunk, whatever looks cool, and that was a whole thing. But the childlike wonder of Nintendo games is still powerful.
Definitely agree.
So that's our whole spiel and our whole background of who we are and why we love Zelda, or how we even know Zelda. Why do we love it though? Because it is. It's just such a beautiful fantasy world that I think is, you know, there's Tolkien in there like everything is after Lord of the Rings, but it's Japanese, but it's in between. It's not so obviously Western or Eastern influence in terms of the aesthetics and stuff, and that's part of why I love it, I think.
I think, too, is just the playing. So when I played Ocarina for the first time, I watched my dad play it, and I remember I could read, but I couldn't read and comprehend big sentences.
Just like now.
Yeah, not much has changed. But I remember that I was watching him play, and it just was like a whole nother world because, first of all, it was one of my first video games. So it's like you're transported into a whole new world to begin with. But even just looking back, I think it was just the mystery and the magic of being in this world where you get to do whatever you want and seeing this great land of Hyrule in front of you and meeting, you know, Zelda, you meet Goron, Zoras, all those things, and just wondering, like, what is all this? And you get to discover it. It's just something that's hard to explain, honestly. It's about being a kid and
yeah, and there's this thing, you know, there's this term that I've used and other people use called game feel, and it's kind of a cop out, and it's also exactly how to describe things, like just the game feel. Yeah. Like, you know, it's like it makes me feel a certain way, and I think most Zelda games make you feel that certain way, that exploration and excitement, danger and stuff, because of, you know, combat and feeling smart sometimes when you solve a puzzle that's bothering you.
But bringing it back to just this, so I guess we're going to jump into it now, because I have to say, talking about all that and then playing this first Zelda game for the first time, I will say I went in as a skeptic. I did not think I would like it. I didn't think it would be anything like Ocarina of Time was as I was a kid. But the more I played it and just even starting it, I was like, wow, it really stands the test of time, first of all. It didn't miss a step. I just kind of was like, okay, I like this game. I'm going to keep playing it. I'm going to keep doing things. But the mystery and the magic definitely was still there. It had what you said, that game feel. I just felt like, oh, this is a Zelda game. You go, you get these items, you can now do something that will let you progress, and, you know, you see all these weird enemies and stuff. It definitely felt like a Zelda game, and I liked it because of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about a template being set for what is it? This is actually this good timing. It's the 35th anniversary this year of the first Zelda release in Japan. It said it. But I guess before we get into the game, I feel like we've said that like 3. Let's do more. I just want to talk about our history with it specifically, because I've played this game before. Like I said, it was one of the first ones I played because my uncle had an NES and he let me borrow it, and I played Zelda 1 and 2, and we'll get to Zelda 2 obviously next episode. But I loved them even as, like, I don't know how old I was, 10 or whatever, and these games were before my time. But I had fun with it at that time. On the NES, I don't think I beat the game in that form. I might have beat Zelda 1 in that form.
Zelda 1 I could see.
But then I have a Retron 5, which lets you play old cartridges, and suspend points are built in. So that's important. And
some of the I playing it, so yeah, I didn't play it on the NES. I played it on the Switch, and suspend points were a lifesaver. I give props to those people who started out no walkthroughs, no anything, and they made it through, because walkthroughs and suspend points helped me a lot.
And that's what we used this time around. We both played it on the Switch, Nintendo, the NES downloadable thing that you get for free if you have Nintendo Switch Online. So that's how we played it. It definitely augments the experience, and I think some people are like, "Oh, you gotta do the hardcore thing," but you still get the experience. And I have played it like that. We both tried it out like that. But it is weird because Zelda 1 I have a nostalgia for it, even though I didn't play it around the time it came out. I did play it as a kid, so it was interesting returning to it. And this might be a good time to talk about kind of the backstory of the game, or its place in video game history and stuff, because that's stuff I didn't know, when I was a kid, and that's stuff that I've learned since. But it came out in 1986 in Japan, and then a year later in America. So it came out in Japan for the Famicom, which is, our version is the NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. And when it was on the Famicom, it was a Famicom disk system game, so they kind of looked like floppy disks or whatever, not the cartridges we're used to. And when it came out here, it was in this gold cart. I don't know if you can even see it. We're in the room we're in.
Yeah, it stands out a lot.
That was kind of the special thing about it, I think.
I mean, you still see those in game stores today, like as the prized possession right in the middle.
And you could save and stuff. And this was all really important because it was, this is only 1 year after Super Mario Brothers, which a great game. I love it so much, but it doesn't let you scroll backwards. There's no like saving or anything like that. And this game had some of those elements, like there's secrets and stuff in Super Mario Brothers. The graphics or whatever looked better than anything you could have seen on consoles at that time. But it was just so much bigger.
It was like an open world when open world wasn't a thing, and that's something that stood out to me. Was just I was expecting Mario, which I know we're not supposed to go ahead, but Zelda 2 is what I was expecting, but this game was something completely different. When I first started and I kind of like went right and I was like, well, where is this leading me? Then I was like, okay, let me go back and then let me go up. It was like an adventure in itself, because that is nothing like any other game I had played on that system. It just felt like just different. I guess that's the only way you can put it, is different. And it set a precedence for the future.
Yeah, and it's not like Legend of Zelda invented like that ability, because there was PC games like Ultima and Dragon Quest, and I don't know exactly. I think Dragon Quest was 86 or 87. So around, but that was an RPG, right? And that was like menus and turn-based and stuff like that. And talking about Zelda, people call it an RPG. Sometimes it's not really. I think it's an action adventure. Yeah, you progress and like quote unquote level up by getting more skills and stuff, but like every game you get, that's not just that.
You don't really get a choice either. It's just here's this.
Right. It's not really like it's not really role playing, in that sense. Even though a lot of role playing games aren't really role playing if you think about it too. But there's no experience points. Zelda 2 had them, whatever. But
you can see the elements it brought into role playing games,
right? And vice versa, how it was influenced by. But it was just kind of adventure game, and that's it's timeless still somehow, even though it's. There's a lot of games from 1986 that are hard to play, both literally, I mean like just controlling them, and hard to play in terms of like figuring out where to go. And Zelda 1 can be like that, but the thought behind it is so good and the design is so strong that it's still fun to play.
It's got a certain je ne sais quoi.
I don't think are you using that correctly? Yeah,
I think so. I've watched enough movies to know a little.
But I think it's because Nintendo has a history of designing game ideas, developing game ideas, and then assigning kind of a franchise to it. And at this point in their history, right, like video game history at least, they had no franchise, so they're kind of just coming up with new ideas. And I know the big famous story about the inspiration for Zelda is it was inspired by Shigeru Miyamoto's childhood out in, I don't know exactly where he lived in Japan, but I think it was semi-rural or rural Japan, and he would go explore fields and caves and stuff, and you get that from Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You really get it, too, with the monsters, I feel like. Some of those monsters, I'm sure, are based on folklore or something like that, but a lot of it is what I imagine as a child, just, walking around, you see a little gooey monster, and you want to, who knows what it is. Maybe it's some sap on a tree, but in your head it's, oh, this little choo-choo is jumping down at me, and stuff like that. It kind of gave that childlike wonder, and I think, too, from the aspect of Link being younger in this game, it kind of also... what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of not soaks, but
it puts you in the role of a child.
Yeah. It I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. Like a painting when it goes one color to the other.
I don't know. A gradient? I don't know.
I'll think of it.
Okay. But you mentioned Link and his age, and I think this is a good point to talk about kind of the actual in-universe stuff that this game set up, which is obviously everything, to come.
Yes.
Not everything to come, but, everything. I mean, basically, there's stuff that obviously was new to each game going forward, but the template was set here both gameplay-wise and lore-wise. So how does that all fit in with the first Zelda?
You could say it's very strange because, like you said, it was supposed to be the first Zelda, and everything, if it made sense, everything from then would be after this game, but that's not what happened at all. I think with Zelda, something that came with it was like unfound success. Like they never had the success before except with Mario. And so once they had this and they just wanted to keep going with it, they kind of started having to place games in different order to make it make sense. It gets difficult, and going forward, everyone will see like how hard it is to explain. Like this is not what it seems like it'd be. But with the first game, what basically ends up happening is you are Link. Link is set on this adventure to... he knows that there's Zelda. He knows that he needs to help her. He needs to go find Ganon and save the Triforce. It's kind of... I don't know how much I should get into it because it doesn't make sense until more games come out.
Well, I think an important thing to note is that we're kind of referencing the Zelda timeline, right? Which is something official that they put out 5 or 6 years ago after little decades of like fan theorizing and stuff like that. And they didn't plan it from the jump.
No,
I think they were
not
just
at
like,
all.
I think they did have the idea that, some games had like semi-direct sequels, and they're like, it's just kind of a different legend reincarnated, and they eventually worked that into the actual literal plot. But it was kind of something they came to, I think, after much fan demand.
Yeah, definitely, because the way it looks to me would be different stories entirely. It'd be like if you are watching Star Wars and instead of having like a linear plot, it's just like, let's look at the life of Han Solo. Let's look at the life of Luke Skywalker. They're all heroes in their own respect. The only thing with Zelda is it's all someone who's named Link and goes on
it's
an
just
adventure.
It's a name and the general appearance.
Exactly.
But eventually they did,
they
make
put a destiny in front of every single Link,
right,
instead of making it their own story.
Right.
So it introduces a lot of key factors going forward. We have the Triforce. You kind of learn what the Triforce is. You have Impa, very important in Ocarina of Time.
What's something that's interesting about Impa, I knew this, but I didn't realize it. Like, she's never in the game. You only learn it from the manual, and that's a big thing from this era as well. Like, you get the story, you get all the story, you get the cool illustrations, and that famous image of like Link overlooking the forest from the cliff and stuff like that.
And there's Death Mountain.
And so like that, the game doesn't look like that, but you get that image in your head. So when you're playing this game with 8-bit, and it's early 8-bit, by the end of the NES, Nintendo had refined how graphics could look on the console, but it's still pretty early. And so you kind of get that. It was a good supplement, whereas now if you just come to the NES Online thing, you're like, oh, this is just the game.
Exactly, and that's what we benefit from in a time with internet, is that we don't have to go and read the whole manual, which is like nice, especially with me when I was growing up, because I remember having to buy those huge manuals for Ocarina of Time,
Guides
and everything.
The guides, yeah.
And I remember that, but you could still get the general gist of stories, which was also kind of funny, and something I did want to mention. I got a lot of the Legend of Zelda story from my dad. He would tell me, like, oh, this is what happened in the original, this is what happened in the Zelda 2, and I would be like, oh, cool. So it was almost like a word of mouth, and then going and finding out afterwards by looking on the internet. But yeah, you see Ganon for the first time, you see Zelda, there's the Triforce, Death Mountain. There's a lot of key characters and key things that continue on through, I would say, every, if not almost every Zelda game. Maybe not Ganon, but Zelda, the Triforce, stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's games definitely without Ganon, but like, and there's, I think, even games without the Triforce, like Link's Awakening or whatever. But like, the series is defined by those things. And yeah, like you said, Death Mountain's in there. There's enemies that come up again and again, like the Octoroks and Moblins. Likes.
Gibdos. The list goes on.
The names are so funny. I think one of the most interesting thing about enemies is the Zora, which are like...
they're evil in this game.
Yeah, but it's like... And this kind of speaks to where it is in the timeline. And you could maybe explain this better, but it is down a timeline where things did not go well in Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is kind of like the fracture point for the story.
Yeah, to explain it, basically, Ocarina of Time, you're a child and you're an adult. There's time travel in there. When you're a child, there's a whole timeline where you come back successfully from your mission and you live as a child again. Then there's a timeline when you stay as an adult. But there's also a timeline when, as an adult, Ganon actually defeats Link. And this is where Zelda 1 is in the timeline. Link is defeated in Ocarina of Time. And basically, that's kind of where we end up with this weird post-apocalyptic setting almost. Because if you've noticed, there's not a lot of people around.
There's
and if
no
they
villages.
are, they're in caves hiding around, giving little kids swords and saying, go fight the monsters. It's very post-apocalyptic. And I think if you were starting out, it'd kind of be weird, honestly. If this was the first time I played a Zelda game and had no idea about the story, I'd be like, why is this little kid like going off fighting monsters, saving the princess? Like, where are all the adults? Where's the army to save? You know, it's very weird.
Yeah, you don't see any castle or anything either.
No.
And I think, and it's weird because Zelda 2, and we'll get to this game later, but it is a direct sequel, and it does have towns and stuff. So
yeah,
and it's kind of this whole exercise about figuring out why does Zelda why are you like in the total wilderness and all this? It almost, they didn't intend it quite so literally. That
they didn't want you to think that much about it.
It's just supposed to be a good, fun game, and it's like got adventure and stuff. In the self-contained game of Zelda, you're out in the wilderness and there's people in caves giving you stuff, and that's fun and exciting.
I think as a kid, I would be able to imagine just being a little kid and wandering into a forest and someone saying, "Go save the princess." Like, it makes sense then, but now that we're adults, we want to know. But why?
And there's more games that have built out
exactly.
that.
I think that's something we benefit from. But I also wanted to say, playing this, and with the little dialogue and the little story, if you're not playing with the manual or you don't know anything about Zelda, reminded me so much of the first time I played Dark Souls. When I played Dark Souls, I just was like, this game, what is the story? Like, where am I? I'm in this fantastic universe doing these things, and I just don't understand what's happening. Like, what is the story? And then when I was playing this the first time, I just was like, this is like when I played Dark Souls, and I had no idea what's going on, and I'm kind of making this story up in my head.
Yeah, and of course the comparison to Zelda and Dark Souls has been made a lot because they're both really good games, first of all, but that trade on kind of that exploration and learning things as you go.
Exactly.
But I think this is a good point. I mean, there's other stuff that kind of carries over. There's items. There's weird stuff that doesn't carry over, like the blue ring. I don't think, it's stuff that improves your armor and stuff. Like, some of that stuff doesn't carry over. But I think we could talk about just specifically what we like and don't like about the game, funnily, about our opinions after we gave a lot of backstory about us and the game itself. But I guess I'd ask you, what was your favorite thing about The Legend of Zelda?
That's a hard one. There were a lot that I liked about the game that I didn't think I would like going into it. I'll say the graphics are one thing that really surprised me. Even for an older game, I thought they were really nice graphics.
Well, what's interesting is that, like, it's this weird era where, like, PS1 era games like look like worse because they're trying to be photorealistic or whatever. Whereas
Exactly.
with this game, and I think that's part of why it looks post-apocalyptic too or whatever. It's like the technical limitations. They couldn't have bustling towns or whatever.
Exactly, yeah.
But I mean, just like you're right. Like it's just so simple, but like the textures of like the little bushes and stuff, the first little bushes
Yeah.
you see and stuff like, it's just so simple but good. Like it's a simple color palette and everything.
The
But-
music, that's another one.
Yeah, even though there's only like a few tracks or whatever, all of them are classics, and of course they were built up across the series, all by Koji Kondo.
So I don't know if I have a just straight favorite because there's so many little things I do like about the game, and there's not a lot that I dislike per se. I think the most favorite thing I like about the game would be, I'm going to have to say just the open world. I think the open world was something that stuck with me, and that I was like, if this game was more linear, I think there would be less reason for me to like it because it would seem like a game from that time. But because it's so open world and it doesn't match with what I know of NES games, it kind of felt different, and I like that. I did like that it was not another Mario. It was not Zelda 2. It was its own thing, and I can see why it stands the test of time because of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the exploration that it offered is probably the biggest thing about it that even today stands out, because even if if you don't use a walkthrough, you're just like, where am I?
And that was the biggest thing, was without the walkthrough, I don't know how I would have finished that game, because there are certain things, those little secrets, like when you burn the bush in that one area and you go down and there's that little hobgoblin. I don't even know what it's called. Moblins. Okay, so it is a moblin.
Yeah.
Those go again into another Wind Waker. They're there. Anyways, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't have known that, and I wouldn't have got those rupees to be able to go buy the blue ring and go from there.
Right.
So
and those things are optional, but they make the game so much more doable. Like and like you mentioned the moblins, the friendly moblins or whatever. They say it's a secret to everybody, kind of a
catchphrase.
meme.
Yeah.
And then the guy that gives the sword at the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's what does he say? It's dangerous to go alone.
Yeah,
take
this. Yeah, and that's funny because literally above my TV in my room, which is kind of poser-ish of me, but I have that little painting. I got it at Target, but I have that hanging above because I do love Zelda, and I've obviously that's a iconic Zelda thing. I just had never played it before, but playing it didn't disappoint. I will say that's the one thing I loved about this game, is it didn't disappoint like I felt like it could, and that's why I think a lot of people I've talked to about this are afraid to go back because they have these great memories of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, whatever it is. They're afraid if they go back and see these older games, they'll be like, oh man, those sucked. Thank God they got better. But in my opinion, it started out really great. It makes sense why it's such a strong franchise.
And I could have said this at the top when I don't think, maybe I'll feel differently when I play the ones that I have not played, but I don't think there's a bad mainline Zelda game, which I think we'll disagree with.
Yeah, I think we disagree with that immediately.
Yeah, but in any event, Zelda 1, for the NES is truly tremendous for its time and today. I think that exploration, like I said, is my favorite thing, and the dungeons have a distinct feel.
Yes.
I think, I don't know if I forget which one it is, but like you get the map and it's like, it looks like a swastika.
Yes, I remember seeing that and I was like, "Is this?" I think I just am
it's
seeing
the
things.
other term. It's the it's some other.
It's before
shape.
it was bad. Yeah,
I mean it was. It came out after World War II, but it's a symbol that had meaning before it was
I
bad.
know what you're
and I think
saying,
it's
yeah.
technically not
It's not
tilted.
angled
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
yeah.
So, but it is funny when you get that. And I don't know why I thought about that, but I was just gonna say the dungeons are cool, and they have kind of a different flavor, even though it's not like, oh, here's the water temple. Here's there's one where it's like so many bombable walls. Like that's like what you have to do for that one. So like they kind of have different meaning, like kind of different puzzles to.
It's different
thematically throughout.
Yeah, and it's different. I would say than comparing it to Ocarina of Time, but Ocarina of Time was very much like you said, elemental. Here's fire, here's water, here's XYZ. But in this game, I couldn't really ever put a finger on exactly what the theme was until I got to the final boss a lot of the time. Then I was like, oh, I kind of get it. Like the one with the 3-headed dragon. I didn't really understand what that was until I got to the end. I was like, I can kind of see it. And maybe that's just me, but like there was no real
Sometimes it was just a color.
Yeah, just green
yeah.
poison. Like
yeah, but it just I think the dungeon designs are really cool, and it's why you see games like Binding of Isaac and other games kind of like take that approach. And people have been wanting. I think it'd be really cool if they did a Zelda Maker, kind of like they did Mario Maker, where you can make your own Zelda.
Oh, that would be
dungeons,
really cool.
You know,
yeah.
so because it is such a simple thing. That works really well. That being said, I think my least favorite part of the game, if we've been talking, I guess, about the feel, the aesthetics, whatever, the puzzle solving, whatever, the combat is probably the most dated aspect of it.
Yes.
Because it's not very, after how a good Super Mario Bros. 1 feels, at least in my opinion, still. It's not like controlling Link in Zelda 1 is like, oh my gosh, this is so fluid and whatever. It is kind of janky a little bit.
Yes.
And shooting out his little sword is like kind of awkward sometimes.
Yes,
It's a small hitbox, whatever. And it's not bad, and it's fun, and it's especially as you get more powerful and you're not getting your ass kicked all the time.
Yes.
It is satisfying, but it is the most frustrating part of the game sometimes.
I would agree with the combat, definitely. I would say I think you hit on a very big thing. We both have, just with talking about walkthroughs. I think that is a very big weakness in the game, and I think that might be from a generational standpoint of just not being used to having games not hand you everything. But I will say at the same time, I played my fair share of games where that's not the case. One of my first big games I ever completed as a kid was Morrowind, and that game, a lot of it is just you picking up these quests and having to read journals and figure out where you're going, and you're going to get quests to places you haven't been before. The thing with Zelda 1 was you're really just put into this world and figure it out. Like, you could end up at a dungeon that you really shouldn't be at right off the bat. And
you can go without getting the sword at the beginning.
Exactly.
And people have done runs where you never get the sword, or you get it till the very. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm like, I could never play that.
No. I wouldn't do that. It's not fun. But someone like me, when I was a kid, I was stupid. I feel like I could have done that, and I would have been like, I don't get why people like this game, because I didn't go in that cave in the first little area. So I think that's one of the biggest flaws for me, and I wish. Maybe it is just technical limitations of not being able to put those text boxes.
And it just wasn't part of the design culture at that point still, and so if it feels dated, it's because it controls a little strange. I think also there's some strangeness with the Switch, playing the Switch and the digital D-pad
we talked
versus
about
the
that.
analog.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if there really is, or I'm just imagining it or what, but I think there is part of that.
I will say, though, as much as that's a complaint, it's not huge.
No, it doesn't ruin the game or anything.
I think the game really stands up against these negatives we're saying. I would say they're not even really negatives. They're just like, I wish this was better, but it's fine the way it is.
And on that note, it's interesting that they've never remade The Legend of Zelda. Like, they've ported it numerous times, but they've never remade it. Like, and I guess they haven't really remade a ton of Zelda games because they've remastered, right?
Yeah,
like Wind Waker's remastered, and they've tweaked a few things. Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time.
Almost all of them are remasters.
Yeah, they're all like there's not except for Link's Awakening. That got that's what would you call a full blown remake, where the graphics are different. They changed some gameplay systems, like all that stuff. So it's interesting they haven't done that with the very first one. But
I don't think they will. I think it's one of those things that's just, if me as someone who doesn't play these old games comes into it and is okay with it, or even happy with it, I think they know that most people are going to go and be like, I'm happy with this gameplay. So I think they just know it's a classic and they shouldn't touch it. Watch me say this, and then next week,
well, it is the 35th anniversary,
exactly.
So maybe they're going to do something this year, and it is in February.
If they did, I don't think I'd be mad at it. If they don't, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Yeah, it is still a really good game. But I don't know. Is there any other points to make about how much we love Zelda 1? Because I think we both.
I would say the biggest point is, if you haven't played it and you're ever thinking about it, it's free if you have the Switch and you have Nintendo Online. Just do it. It's worth it. It's not at all an old game, in my opinion. It feels very, very new. It's a good adventure. So I don't have any more points to make about it. I'm happy with it. I know we've both played a little bit of Zelda 2 at this point, so I'm excited to really dive into the differences between those two. But I would say the biggest thing for me is that at the end of all of this, with all the games I've played down the road, I think this will rank pretty high for me.
I agree. I think I think it'll. I don't know. It might be in the middle. I don't know. There's a lot of games.
There's a lot of games.
But
yeah.
before we wrap up, let's go over to our little guest segment with our friend Austin, and see what he thought of the game and why he thinks it's so special.
Austin, let's hear it.
And we're here with Austin Clark, my good friend, Aesop Beef himself on Twitter. How are you doing, Austin?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. We have been talking about Zelda, of course, this whole episode, the very first game for the NES. And, it's interesting when we talked about getting guests for the show is about kind of finding a guest who their favorite game was whichever game we're talking about for the episode. And it was kind of difficult for some of these early episodes. That being said, you do enjoy and appreciate the original Legend of Zelda.
Definitely. Yeah, I would say appreciate even more than, it's not my favorite. And I know we've talked about how it was kind of hard finding somebody who was in love with the first game, but I think the impact that game has and just the overall respect I have for it goes maybe even beyond any other Zelda, honestly.
Well, what's your personal history with the game? Like, when was the first time you played it? Have you played it a lot as it's been ported and come out on virtual consoles and stuff like that?
Surprisingly, I didn't play it until a few years ago. It was it's probably like 6 or 7 years ago. It was when 3DS had it on their virtual console. It was the first time I actually played it. My first Zelda experience was A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo. And I think that's a lot of people's first Zelda. Or maybe the Game Boy one.
Well, Isaac and I have talked about this, that I think it's kind of an age group thing. Because for us, I don't think, we're a few years apart. But ours is Ocarina of Time in the N64 game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely remember A Link to the Past, but it was not my first one that I got into.
Okay, so real quick, a little off topic. So then is Ocarina of Time your guys' favorite Zelda?
It's
mine,
Isaac's,
yes.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my
is,
favorite.
Mine is Majora's Mask. And hey, it's not off topic because that's a perfect segue to my next question, which is since, Zelda NES, it's weird to call it just The Legend of Zelda because it makes it sound like I'm just talking about the whole series. But
yeah,
Zelda 1 also sounds weird. But anyways, the original Zelda, first Zelda, Zelda 1, it's not your favorite. But what is your actual favorite Zelda game?
It's kind of a toss-up between Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild. And
Wind Waker's up there. Yeah, I agree.
Wind Waker is up there, but man, Breath of the Wild is a hell of a game, guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I know people, there's definitely some well-based criticism against that game, and I'm all for it. I don't think the dungeons and the bosses are at the level of Zelda that they should be at, but there's something about Breath of the Wild that I played that game and I was like, not only might this be the best Zelda game, this might be my favorite game of all time.
Wow.
And that doesn't happen when you're getting in your 30s anymore. You don't really find new games that are your favorite games.
Right. Well, Majora's Mask is my favorite game of all time, as in addition to favorite Zelda game. But it's interesting. This series is pretty cool for me personally because I've played a lot of the Zelda games. I'd say we're doing 19. There's 19 mainline games, and I won't bore you with the weird ones that are included in that. But Triforce Heroes is technically part of that. But anyways, and there's some holes there, such as Triforce Heroes, and including most glaringly Breath of the Wild. I didn't have a Switch up until I was gonna say earlier this year, but I guess 2020, a few months ago. So, and I understand it was on Wii U, but I was like, I'm not gonna play Breath of the Wild on my Wii U. I'll just wait till I get a Switch. So that's gonna be fun visiting that at all as I revisit the rest of the series.
Oh wow!
Oh, yeah, I'm excited for him too, but I would say I definitely agree with you. Not to stray too far off into the future, but once we get to Breath of the Wild, I'm excited because, like you said, it was one of those Zeldas I played where I just kind of like felt like the childhood wonder again of like, whoa, the exploration, the way like the
Yes.
whole world like looked and whatnot. So I'm excited for Tristan to experience that too, because I think that's something Zelda, at least for me, is very unique in video games. It gives me like a childhood wonder again, and I think I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, and bringing it back to the original game, it's sort of how I again, I wasn't born until 89. So the original Zelda came out 86, I want to say, in Japan, and 87 in US.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
But I imagine for somebody who first brought that game home, I feel like the same feelings I got with Breath of the Wild would be the same feelings kids playing the original would have.
Yeah, that's it. I feel like I've heard that comparison quite often because Zelda became more, it's quote unquote open world, with the 3D games, and actually all of them really in some sense. But I had heard Breath of the Wild described as being more exploration based than even some of the other ones, considering they kind of handhold you, especially more recently. So going back to the original Zelda, that it just plops you in. Famously, you can just walk past the cave with the sword, and people have done that run or whatever. What was it like, going in there? And I know you also kind of played some of it in preparation for this podcast, which I appreciate. So that first time you played it and then revisiting it just this past week or so, how'd that impress you?
Well, yeah, that's one of the big things about that game is it is not handholdy at all. And I mean, a lot of NES games were kind of like that. But yeah, the original Legend of Zelda kind of plops you in this world and says, here you go. And it's up to you to discover and go adventuring and spelunking into caves and dig for secrets and try to figure out what to do, because the entire game is really based on how you play and how you discover things, and that's really exciting. Again, if we're looking at it in terms of just like what was going on when that game came out, like 86, 87, you were still basically getting like arcade games on your home consoles, very straightforward games. Even some of the more open stuff, like I don't know, like the RPGs, Dragon Quest.
Yeah, I would say
Final
Dragon
Fantasy.
Quest had been out by then, I guess. I think Final Fantasy was 87, and yeah.
Yeah, like even compared to that stuff, again, like we were kind of saying with further Zeldas, you're still kind of locked out. It's not like you can just cross seas or something in Final Fantasy until you get your boat or something like that, And Zelda, there's so much you can do, and again, I was telling you guys before the podcast started, on the recent playthrough, I've never actually beaten the original Legend of Zelda because I refuse to use a guide.
That's our approach, especially on this replay.
Yeah.
And actually, there's a little caveat to that. We'll get to that in a second. But this time, I beat the level 1 dungeon. I beat the level 2 dungeon, and then I've spent I don't even know how long. I feel like it's been a couple hours just trying to find something else, and then eventually, I found a secret that told me how to get through the forest maze. And that led me to the level 6 dungeon, which is completely out of order. And in level 6 dungeon, you got these wizards that shoot lasers that basically one-shot you if you don't have enough hearts. So I'm like I'm pounding my head against the wall, like trying to get through this dungeon. And then eventually I left and I'm like, I got to find something else. I can't do this now.
Well, you said that you read through the manual beforehand in preparation, which again is awesome because we didn't even do that. But
Yes.
Did that help you at all? Because with my playthrough originally, I had tried to do it without a walkthrough, and I got more frustrated than anything. I could not finish it because I was just like, I don't know what to do. So I ended up using a walkthrough. Did the manual help at all, or is it just mostly lore? Or
Yeah, so that's actually what's really interesting. And again, if we're looking at this in the context of time, like I feel like probably Legend of Zelda's instruction manual probably paved the way for a lot of other instruction manuals to kind of like ease the player into their game world, you know? So the Legend of Zelda's manual is nearly 50 pages long. It's a long manual.
Wow. Yeah, I did not know that.
Half of that is literally just lore. Like it is story and preparation and setup. So again, if you just pop in the game and go, you're like, okay, who is this little elf boy and why am I outside of a cave?
Right, yeah.
But again, the instruction manual lays everything out. It talks about Zelda, Ganon. It talks about the Triforce pieces, what's going on in the world. It talks about Zelda's like handmaiden Impa, who's a recurring character in the series. So like I didn't even realize that until I read the manual. Like Impa is actually canon for like the original Zelda.
Yeah, she's referenced in both Zelda 1 and 2 in the story, but never in the games themselves, which is so interesting.
And yeah, so like it really sets the tone for the entire adventure. So much so, like I feel like you're sort of missing out if you don't read that stuff, you know?
Well, it's interesting because they did assume at the time that if you bought the game, you had the manual, right? And that you know, secondhand market that emerged, you know, that was not part of that culture to have everything. I mean, I know collectors go for everything, but it became more expensive. And of course, video games weren't the treasured medium they are now. So like people probably just threw out the manual or used it as, you know, newspaper for dog training or, you know, for when they're painting or something like that. I've heard stories about that, you know, about comic books and other things that are now would be valuable. I was going to ask you though, like the manual thing, it gives you a sense not only of the story, but of like kind of visuals that the abstract 8-bit kind of provides. But then I also wonder if like, you know, without using a guide and stuff, it's not that there was no internet in the sense that we know it today in 1986 or 87. And there was though like a whole game help industry. So it's not like a 6-year-old, well, maybe a 6-year-old, but like not like a 10-year-old was totally in the dark. At least you had some friends when you were in the schoolyard who like my uncle works in Nintendo. And they could have been lying, or they were saying that, but they actually did know about a secret or something. And it's so interesting because you can't really get that piecemeal experience anymore. You either are dropped into the game or you find a full internet walkthrough or whatever. What do you think about that dynamic now?
It's sad that it's missing because I almost, and I mean, I've read some interviews on Zelda, but I don't feel like Miyamoto has said anything in particular about this, but it feels like the game was meant to be shared like that, you know? Because it's so obtuse and there's so many secrets and it is so difficult to play just by yourself without any kind of help, that it feels like it was meant to be shared and expanded on. And it kind of falls into like that whole mythology of the universe. Like it's the Legend of Zelda. And again, as people, as humans playing this game back in the 80s, like you're building this mythology together with your community. And I think like, again, for hearing people in different podcasts and interviews who really enjoy this game, like that is a topic they always bring up is that schoolyard communication and like just sharing back and forth, like, oh my God, if you burn this bush on this screen, like there's a secret down there and like you can get a whole bunch of rupees. And people are like, what? That's insane. Oh my God.
I have seen the manual before. Like the first time I played it was my uncle had the game. And he was actually like in his 20s when he came out. So he wasn't like but he played like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff and, you know, had those nerdy interests or whatever. But I remember him telling me that he would just sit and like go through every screen and like burn every bush or attempt to burn every bush and like bomb every wall or whatever, just to like find the secrets. And I assume there are other people who are like that, who, especially back then, if you got like 1 game a year, 2 games a year, they were more expensive, both literally and due to inflation, you know, considering inflation. So it's not something we really go through now. And now the game, if you have a walkthrough, or even if you don't like do 100% run or whatever, which it's hard not to do that if you have a walkthrough at all, but you know, it's pretty, you can beat it pretty fast. But if you're working from scratch or scraps, you know, it's a full lengthy, you know, epic adventure, I suppose.
Yeah, and like my playthroughs, both the first time I played it and now, I mean, like you're saying, you could fly through the game pretty quick if you know what you're doing, because the world isn't that big. But again, if you're somebody going in with, you know, no help other than the instruction manual, because that is the other part of it, is like the other part is basically a walkthrough for like the first 2 dungeons, sort of.
Oh, interesting.
Like it kind of helps you, guide you along the game, and it definitely hints at like things you can do and like secrets to look for. So that's actually very helpful. But the world feels so much bigger when you keep dying and when you're repeating screens, when you get in those like maze levels, when you're kind of circling around a screen that you can't get to, and then all of a sudden you like figure out how to get there. It's like, oh my God, it feels like the world just expanded tenfold, you know, but it's all still this like tiny little game world, but it feels massive when you're, again, just exploring and trying to figure out where to go.
Yeah. Isaac, did you have something else to add there?
No, I was just going to say I definitely agree with that. And just you bringing up that point kind of makes me think about how I use the walkthrough, and how there were some times when it would be like, skip this area, or, you know, you don't have to do this. And it even though that's what I did because I was following the walkthrough, it definitely made me think like, well, what am I missing? What's there? Like, is there anything there that maybe the walkthrough doesn't deem important, but, you know, finding it would be cool. But, you know, like you said with the mythology thing, or just like, you know, being able to talk to your friends back in the day and say like, oh, did you find this? I think that is something we're missing in video games now. And, you know, just bringing that up kind of makes me miss when something that comes to mind is Super Mario 64. I remember my cousin, he like heard about that Luigi thing, the Luigi is dead, and he would tell me about it, and it scared me, and I didn't play Super Mario 64 for a long time because I was scared. But, you know, there is a magic that kind of is missing with these newer games, because, you know, the Easter eggs get tweeted now, and it's just like, oh, look at this cool Easter egg. And then, you know, 100K retweets later, everyone knows about it. So I like that point you made. It was very interesting to me.
Yeah, man. Like the mystery is a huge part, I think, of just video games in general. And it's really nice to see that some developers go out of their way to try and like keep the mystery alive in their games. You know, like you got stuff like Spelunky, Dark Souls, games of that nature. Again, even with a voracious internet that just dissects these games the second they're released, like there's still a period of time. And again, even if you're just somebody playing, like you're not going to be spoiled on like everything before the game comes out. You know, there's still going to be stuff to experience.
Well, we've been talking kind of about the, I guess, broader philosophical, you know, the way the game makes us feel and stuff. But Austin, do you have a? I guess I'm generally hesitant to like make things so rigid, but I think it can bring out specifics. do you have a favorite thing about the game and a least favorite thing about the game?
Let's start with the negatives.
Because for me, since you missed out on the rest of our conversation, it's like the combat, right? Like the combat part, like Link play. It's not like it's really super hard to play, but it's not really the reason to play it for me.
Yeah, that's kind of one of my main points. Is it isn't the best combat, and it's kind of frustratingly so. And again, that could easily just be the fact that it's an old game that I'm playing in modern times,
right?
But it's very rigid and very specific. So Link attacks straightforward. So he's more like he's fencing more than like slashing with a sword. So he can only attack straight in front of himself. And so if enemies are like just out of that range, like you can get hit, but you won't hit the enemies. And that's super frustrating. And like the fact that you can have the laser beam shoot off of your sword right from the get-go with full hearts, it makes it really painful as soon as you get hit and lose a heart, because now you have no range and you have to poke these guys. And like collecting items is really tough too, because the drop rate of items in the game is very low. Like if you're running out of bombs or hearts or arrows, anything you actually need, you're probably going to be in a rough spot for a while because the drop rates are just so low. And not to mention, like, if you die anywhere on the overworld, you're back to the starting point. So even if like you exit a cave or exit a dungeon, like if you anywhere on the overworld you die, now you're starting back at the beginning. So I think like a checkpoint sort of system would have been nice, where like if you're inside of a dungeon, you'll start at the beginning of that dungeon. Great, super nice. But anywhere outside, it's like back to the beginning of the game.
It seems like some of these things are like a combination of technical limitations, but also just like weird kind of dated game design.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder how much of it is just they wanted the challenge. But like you said, sometimes it's weird because dungeons, you go back to the beginning, but why not in the overworld? So
right.
And yeah, that ends up being like the most frustrating thing about the game for me. It's just all these little I can't even think of the word, but they're just little things that like with a tweak, little inconveniences that could be tweaked to make the game just so much more playable and enjoyable to play. Again, if you fast forward to A Link to the Past, now his sword attack does like a quarter of a circle kind of space.
Yeah.
And it actually does the slash motion. And that is so beneficial to just the gameplay in general. I think if we were able to go back and just implement that into the original Zelda, it would play 100 times better.
I definitely agree with that. And then even the drop rate, because like you said, it's like impossible to find anything you need in the first Zelda, but go to A Link to the Past and it's like I can actually rely on enemies to drop hearts if I need them. It's not as hard. And then Zelda 2, it's just impossible. There's nothing
no
you can do there.
Dropped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think the criticisms I think hold up for sure. Like I think that's a common thing. But what is your favorite or among your favorite things about The Legend of Zelda?
I mean, it's really just the stuff we've been talking about. And I know like you didn't we were kind of getting away from the feelings.
No. That's
philosophy
that's
of it.
fair.
But yeah, I feel like that is the best thing about the original Zelda is kind of just the openness of it, the feeling of discovery. Because that stuff doesn't change, no matter how old a game is or how new a game is. Like there is still excitement in figuring out a puzzle, or finally pushing the right block that opens up a new passageway. That stuff still is engaging and still feels good. And I mean, with a walkthrough, I don't know how much you guys saw, but like there's people in the game that give you like weird, obscure little tips and hints throughout the game. And so like when you discover one of them, you're like, oh my God, like I got to write this down so like I can decipher what this person is actually talking about. And that stuff is exciting. I think they did for the limitations of the console and everything, like I think they did a great job in keeping that mystery and that adventure there.
Awesome. Well, I think we talked about too, like, it's not your favorite, but you appreciate and enjoy it. And I assume you don't have a full 19 game list ranking of all the other Zelda games, but if you had to like approximate where this falls in the spectrum of Zelda for you, where would you place it? Kind of like a benchmark in terms of, is it better than or worse than some other key games?
Well, it's definitely better than Majora's Mask.
What?
So.
How dare you?
No, it's really hard to say. Again, I definitely don't have like a whole list, but it's probably somewhere in like the mid-low area. Sure. So if there's 19 main games, it's probably right above the top 10, somewhere around there.
See, that's how I feel too. Like playing it the first time through, like I just did, because I hadn't played it before, but I felt like, oh my goodness, I think this is going to be up there, like near Wind Waker. But now even just playing A Link to the Past, I'm like, okay, I kind of see it slipping in its place like every time I play a new game. It's still amazing though.
Again, like I think it's hard to, it kind of depends on what you're judging by, but if you're just judging by like gameplay and for what each game is and what it brings and how fun it is to play, like I don't think this one can hold up to a lot of the other Zelda games. It's only when you really kind of get into again that philosophical side and kind of like what it means for the genre and what it means for games and the respect of starting the series, that's when it kind of really starts showing its weight and showing its power.
Yeah, I agree. I think these are all sentiments that Isaac and I have addressed throughout this episode. So it's good to hear we're not alone. And you brought in some interesting perspectives, especially the manual and some of that walkthrough, lack of walkthrough perspective and some other things. But thank you very much, Austin. We appreciate your time coming on. I wanted to ask you before you go, do you have anything to plug? I know you're making games under the guise of Good Cat Games and other things. So do you want to point people to that stuff, your Twitter and what have you?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm currently working on making my own games. I'm an amateur developer, so they're definitely not Legend of Zelda quality games. Maybe Zelda 1. Maybe Zelda 1 quality. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to follow my studio, although frankly, I'm just one person, so I might just go back to just Austin Clark, Anyway, you can follow at Good Cat Games on Twitter for some updates on games. You can follow me personally at ASOP B3EF, AESOP B3EF. And then I also have a Patreon if you want to see and support my development. That's just patreon.com/goodcatgames.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Austin. And I'm going to throw it back to past Tristan and Isaac. Hi, Tristan and Isaac.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, wasn't that great, Isaac? Austin's a good guy.
I love it.
Jeez, peeking the audio. But that was great talk. I do want to just shout out Trey Vincent on Instagram, a friend of mine, a guy I know from doing stand-up / open mic music things in the Phoenix area. But when I put out a call like, why do you like Zelda? He said, this game deserves infinite respect for the precedent it set for adventure games. It is absolutely revolutionary, but it's pretty dated in my opinion. Link to the Past did the style of Zelda much better, and Breath of the Wild is one of the best games of all time. So he starts out basically saying what we're saying, but he's like, it's pretty dated. And it is dated literally because it's 35 years old, and you can see that. I do think that Link to the Past did this better.
Yes.
But we'll get to that in a couple episodes. But
I would say most points I agree, except for the Breath of the Wild, but we'll get to that
yeah,
too.
But I appreciate his input there. So this is usually where we would do a ranking segment. And
number one so far.
But we kind of have to, by default, agree that The Legend of Zelda for NES, is number one.
Number one
of
so
19.
far. Number one of 19. I think as it continues coming, it'll be interesting to see. What do you think, out of all the games you've played so far, where do you think this will rank? Lower, middle, or upper?
I think middle.
I think mine might be upper, but we'll see.
And I guess we can say, too, this is a good point to kind of give our forecast for the entire series. I mean, Majora's Mask is my favorite game of all time. So we'll see if that gets dethroned by... I think Breath of the Wild is the only one that could possibly do that, because the ones I haven't played are like Minish Cap and stuff.
And knowing you, I don't think Breath of the Wild will. It could very possibly, but I don't think it will. But yeah, my favorite all time is Ocarina of Time, with Majora's Mask as a close second. But, as I say that, I literally think of Wind Waker. I literally think of all these other games.
I like Twilight Princess, even though
Twilight Princess.
Ever.
I think
I've played a lot of it.
Exactly. It's going to be hard, and I think that's what's the most exciting about this is that, I'm already having these monkey wrenches thrown in, but now I even have Zelda 1 thrown in there, because now I'm like, I like this game. I really do. It's one that I would come back and see if I can beat it without X item, without Y item. So I'm excited for these upcoming games for sure.
Me too. Well, this is a great end to our first episode of Buttheads. You should go to buttheadspod.com.
Just learning to speak?
Just learning to speak. I haven't said our domain name yet out loud, I guess. But there, you'll find episodes, and we're going to have a page that is going to be showing our ranking as we go. And if you like the artwork on our website or on whatever podcasting service you're on, that's because of the hard and good work of Nicole. Her Twitter ad is the names Mach, MACH, and I really appreciate the artwork. It's really cool, and it'll probably be updated seasonally, so that's gonna be fun.
She's a great artist. Go look at her work and give her a shout if you need any.
This first episode of Buttheads didn't have much butting heads, but I guess we'll have them soon. Isaac, what is your socials that you want anyone to follow you on, if there is even any?
Oh, you put me on the spot because I don't even know my social media. I don't have a lot of followers. I use social media mostly to follow
to lurk.
To lurk, exactly. If you want to follow me, I'm at Sacky the Boy, SACKY the Boy on Twitter. I don't really post a lot, but maybe if I get some people who want to hear my opinions on things on Twitter, I will. But I mostly just reply to Tristan and make fun of him. So,
and you can see me posting things that Isaac makes fun of me for on Twitter at Edeltodd, ETTLETODD, and that's me on Instagram and most other things that exist.
Just remember, I came up with that in middle school, so
that's true.
All credit to me again.
Well, share this episode and the whole series with your friends and family if you enjoy it, and we'll see you next time on Buttheads.
Thanks for listening to Buttheads.
Hey, what's up? It's head coach of the Tennessee State University Tigers, Eddie George, inviting you to join me each week on my new podcast, Beyond the Roar, where I sit down with some of my favorite people to discuss, everything, the good, the bad, the past, the present, Nothing is off limits. Beyond the Roar, a great Combo Media and TSU Big Blue Sports Network collaboration. Listen to the show on Apple, Google, Spotify, iHeartRadio, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts.
Y'all better not come to my studio with that fake shit. Y'all better not come to my funeral with that fake shit. Y'all better off realizing there's nothing that y'all could do with me. All I ever ask is keep it 8 more than 92 with me 100.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the 8 More Than 92 podcast, where we always keep it 100 with you. I'm your host, Harrison.
Najee.
And we are joined by our special guest, the last one to close out 2021. So don't nobody else ask me to go. We save the best for last. We have the beauty stunner beauty herself, Miss Jessica Ashley, joining us today. So hello, how are you, ma'am?
Hi, guys.
What you been up to? How are you?
Nothing. Working. Staying busy.
Oh, okay. So we are glad you decided to come on today to join us to close out a very good year for us in 2021. So how's everything been with you at the business?
Okay. Well, for those who don't know, I'm a permanent makeup artist. I am actually practicing in body art as well. So I'm starting with body art this year. So that's exciting. But I tattoo brows. I tattoo lips. Yeah, I do all that fun stuff. And I moved to Atlanta about 5 months ago. I'm building my clientele here, and I am making progress, and I'm pretty happy here.
Oh, you're not in Mississippi no more?
No, James.
Well, I mean, shit, you surprised everybody. You didn't tell me you moved, but I'm glad to see that you moved and transitioned well.
Yes,
ma'am.
I did.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
So did you know people in Atlanta, or you just decided like, yeah, I think I want to go to Atlanta? Like, did you already have plans?
Well, I was in Atlanta. Like 7 years, like previous to being in LA. So I was here before. So it's just a comfortable move.
Okay.
Easy move.
Well, like I said, definitely congrats to the move. Sorry for my unawareness.
Thank you.
So we will go ahead and kick it on this fine day. The first topic I wanted to go ahead and say, I had seen something online, and so I kind of feel like this. I really feel like this is nowhere. This ain't nothing new to me, but I mean, since everybody wanted that Will and Jada love, I seem like all the relationships now that last for longest are open relationships. So it just came out. I don't know if it's true or not that Steph Curry and Aisha were in open relationships, and as you seen from Will, they were in an open relationship. And I just want to know, what's y'all take on open relationships? Do y'all feel like they're realistic to sustain a union, or do you just feel like it's some trash?
I think it's a communication. It's y'all. It's whatever y'all got going on, because you got polygamy. You got people that so that shit been going on for ages. You know what I'm saying? You got other countries. That's all they do. So it's really just communication. Like, if you try to do some sneaky shit, or y'all not talking, or y'all not communicating in y'all household, then a normal relationship don't work. So let alone, you bring somebody else or two other people in a relationship, it's definitely not gonna work if y'all not sitting down and communicating about y'all issues and y'all trials and tribulations or whatever's going on in y'all house. But I mean, I feel like if that's what's gonna make they household happy and it's working, and it's working, that's for them. But it's whatever's for you and your family. That's really what it is.
What about you, Jessica?
Well, can we touch on how Jada and Will were goals for? Are you speaking in general?
You could start with either one if you want to start with Will and
Okay,
Jada,
yeah,
go
because
ahead.
they were never my goals. But yeah, I would also state it depends on the arrangement that y'all have going in and what y'all actually communicated before. Like, I know a lot of people that are in relationships in a status that they both didn't agree on, so it doesn't work. But I mean, if y'all both go in and you're going into a poly relationship, or you're going into an open marriage, outside of new things coming up, I don't see where it should be a surprise or a reason for turmoil. But even though I'm not for those styles, that's not my thing. It's kind of whatever works for them.
Yeah.
So I was about to say that was my next question. Could either one of y'all be in a open marriage?
I don't know. Like I said, like I just feel like it's what y'all got going on in y'all life. Cause I mean, an open marriage is different. Cause I mean, I just feel different about marriage. But I mean, if me and my old lady and she want to have a girlfriend and we happy, then I mean, I'm thinking financially we bringing in more money. So I'm cool with it.
Stephanie with the big lips.
Yeah, Stephanie with the big lips. I mean, I don't know, man. I think if it's not hectic and it's not drama and we can just, have a good time and whatever, then I feel it. Because you got to think like same sense, Nick Cannon got all these, he got this grand scheme of plan of getting all these women pregnant and stuff. And that's just what he wants. So I mean, whatever you got going on.
What about you, Jessica?
I wouldn't have it. It wouldn't work. Because that's something that happens when y'all are bored. When the fire is out, like y'all just don't have that passion anymore. Y'all just bored and y'all need to see other people. To me, that's more like, that sounds like y'all need to take a break, like from each other. If y'all got to add people, and adding people is where the trouble comes in. So I'm not about that life. That's not for me.
I don't know. It seemed more realistic to me. I think it's more realistic from times to me, just from a standpoint of, I just don't think people really understand, like when they say till death do us part, that is really just y'all two motherfuckers for the rest of y'all lives through thick and thin. And I think more of these relationships exist than people think, but it's like I can go cheat or I could just tell her and she could be down or they can do something, but I don't think nobody really understands it. You don't just be madly in love with a motherfucker for 100, 40, 20, 30, 40 years. Like if you ask grandparents and shit like that, especially the grandfather, somebody cheated. So I don't know. I just feel like it's an easy way to just avoid that headache. But also I can see like the cons in it because, okay, cool, somebody get attached or somebody do this or shit. You could be like Jada. Well, shit, you could have August Alsina situation. Motherfucker out here writing diss tracks about your ass because he was in love. So I mean, I just feel like sustainability. If you watch enough shows, you see that there is never just those two motherfuckers.
I just think if whatever's going on in your household, that's between you and your household. Like that's the only thing I hate about the Will and Jada stuff. Like if they want to talk to whoever, like who cares? That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's their life. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't doing bad for themselves. So you know what I'm saying? Something's working out. Like, they ain't got sued or nothing like, like T.I. and
I'm about to say it ain't like T.I. and Tiny.
T.I. and Tiny, they was sued and stuff. So
sex trafficking.
Yeah, they were sex trafficking. They was forcing people. Will and Jada ain't got nothing like that. So I
don't even feel like they was forcing people. I think when niggas saw Tiny and they was like, I gotta do what to her? And then niggas was like, nah. And then like niggas like, bro, you ain't gonna come out here and not do nothing. I feel like the forcing was just on Tiny. Like I feel like the females or whoever, they ain't had no problem fucking T.I. But then Tiny would come up there with that little piggy voice saying, I want some too. And then they was like, oh hell no. And so that's where the legal shit.
They made it seem like they was making them do all kind of crazy shit, bro.
Nah, Tip was a thug. It's like you ain't about to just do my old lady like this. But they was like, boy, I'd rather eat bricks than touch that inflatable. You're my little secret for real. You better keep this. I'm gonna tell everybody. This ain't gonna be no little secret. I'm gonna tell everybody. That's what the drama happened.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, none of the guys spoke out, so I'm assuming you meant when the females had their turn with her.
I don't think T.I. would have been up in there if it was some of the guys.
Yeah, I mean,
that ain't the Tip he was talking about. That ain't T.I.P. he was talking about. She made it seem like she was always in the girls.
He surprised me with her, so.
Last nigga Tiny was fucking with T.I. had like a rap on his hand for fucking with Floyd. That's the last nigga you see. So I don't think some niggas was fucking with that. You in Atlanta though? What the streets talking about? You ran into any of his victims?
No, I don't be in the streets yet. I mean, I was like literally I would say last weekend, no, the previous weekend, that was like my kickoff to be in the streets. And kind of everything started getting shut down from there, like all the events that I had planned. And
So you bad luck. Got it. Okay.
Nah.
Streets was functioning cool, and then you was like, I'm gonna go out in the streets, and then they started shutting shit down.
No. Well, you know, we don't fun like COVID doesn't exist here. Like events are still happening. Like New Year's.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So for them to not cancel nothing.
I mean, Cali the same way.
Well,
Cali,
the events that I went to.
yeah, Cali, everything's still going on. They don't really. They put some masks on, but everything's still going on though.
That must be a San Diego thing because.
No, LA.
Have you gone to like the cities like LA recently?
Hell yeah, I go to LA all the time.
Oh, okay. So my friends that work there, they're just like everything is shutting back down. So
You can still go to the Lakers games. You can still, the most events that you can do, like Lakers, you can't get that many people anywhere else. You can still go to all the games. You can still go to movies are still open. You know what I'm saying? Like everything where you're gonna be close to somebody, it's still open. So all the food and little functions like the little flea markets and stuff like that, all that stuff, it ain't closed down at all. Like the fashion district, like it's packed of people. That thing, it's been open since last year. Fashion district ain't closed down at all. So
yeah, it was a mess when I tried to visit last year. So I haven't gone back since.
Yeah.
It was shut down, like everything was shut down.
I don't know. They ain't shut everything down up here yet, so I don't know how serious it is. I think I heard today, Virginia.
Okay.
But I know they were saying like it was like 13,000 new cases just reported yesterday of COVID. But then it seemed like everybody kind of lax on this one. Like even like the NFL went from like you got to be out for like 10 days to like 5 days.
That's the CDC though. That's been the joke because the CDC came out with that. That's been them. The CDC said that if you get COVID and stuff now, like you only got to be out for 5 days and then you able to come back to work. So that's why there's so many memes and shit like that. Because like, bruh, like when anybody had COVID, that shit lasts way longer than 5 days. So now they just making up rules. They just doing whatever they want to do. So now they came up with that 5-day shit.
And then the last strain I'm hearing lasts way longer than all of them. Like it just stays in your system, stays active for longer. So I don't know what that's about.
The Marion.
Yeah, the Omarion. They literally said, CDC said, fuck it. That was their statement for the day. Fuck it.
It's fucking 5 days. You can go back. We ain't worried about it.
At this point, I'm sure they figure everybody's going to get it anyway. It's just going to have to run a cycle. Is what it is. Natural selection, unfortunately.
You caught it yet?
Nope. I actually just got tested this morning. Yeah, this morning. Mm-hmm. So but I'm doing that for my clients because I work directly with clients. But my two very close friends that I was lit with last weekend are down bad, and so I was just like, I knew I had it.
Say their names so we can make sure people.
Hell
nah. No. So but hey, if you see these two motherfuckers out in the street, know that they got it and they ain't following no protocols. They in the house right now?
Yes, they down. Like
okay, just making sure. What's their names though? Just so people be on alert. They in Atlanta or they in
no.
Gulfport?
No.
Yeah,
Nashville. There you go. Yeah, she ain't got that many locations. She don't say.
I said I was physically with them.
So they in Atlanta, y'all. So all right. So if y'all done seen Jessica, her and her road dogs, the two that was on the table, they ass got COVID. So you make sure whoever they are, they down and out. All right. But our next topic was I wanted to ask you because I know you had said something. What's your stance on cheating?
Oh, I didn't know that was okay. All right.
Well, I didn't elaborate, but I just want to know your stance on it because it leads my next question.
So I feel I have zero tolerance for it. That's where I stand on it. Period.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to elaborate, but
why do you feel like so many people? Why do you feel like so many people go back to cheaters?
Because it's what they're used to. They feel that they're going to change, and they're holding on to what was good in something, but they'll never fully trust them like they used to. So I'm not sure the reason for the connection again. But yeah, that's why they go back because they're used to them and they think they're going to change.
What you say, Josh?
Nah, I wouldn't talk to nobody that's cheating either. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that a lot of things happen in people's lives. You know, like I think communication, because sometimes I've been in situations where you talk to somebody and like you have a lot of people that think they're in relationships that they're not in. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to make sure that you talking to this person, and are y'all in a relationship or y'all not? So some people they just assume because you see them every day that y'all together, but then when you ask that person, "Hey, y'all together?" They say, "Nah, we cool." So they like, "Oh well, we can't be that cool because I see them every day." That don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to be on the same terms of what y'all got going on. And if and if y'all got something going on and y'all say that, hey, I don't want you talking to nobody else, then that's the terms that y'all on. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all got like, hey, we dating and we cool and we trying to figure things out, that is not the same verbiage. So, you know what I'm saying? Words mean things. So you gotta talk to people and tell them what you looking for and what you want. So if you don't want nobody to cheat or you want them like that, you need to say that. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't, then you can't be upset if that person's like, oh well, I'm not really fooling with you like that.
Did you say you did you give your response for why you feel like people go back to cheaters? I don't know if you did.
No, my response I mean, I just feel like it's just love. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, like still, even with cheating and stuff like that, it depends on your what you taking and what you're trying to build. So if you feel like, hey, I mean, people make mistakes, people gonna mess up, people gonna do things because it's some things that people can do that's worse than cheating. So I mean, people can make mistakes, and if you feel like,
So
hey,
is cheating a mistake?
cheating is a mistake.
Yeah.
You do something wrong. If you do something that you're not supposed to be doing, that's a mistake.
So what do you call it if you are completely aware? Like you're aware that it's about to happen. You're coherent. Like this is something you actually plan to happen. Is
It's
it still a mistake?
Still a mistake. Yeah.
You're still wrong.
Like you can I can plan to go to college and then get my degree and then I'm not happy where I'm at. I made a mistake. That's still a mistake. It would still be a mistake unless it's something that I'm happy with. You know what I'm saying? Like no, it would still be like they made a mistake. So they made, and that's something that you got to talk about. Like, okay, well, is that something that you want? Or is that something that, you know what I'm saying, like you're gonna do this again? Or is that something that, hey, you fucked up and we can move on from it? You know what I'm saying? If we can't move on from it, then we can't. Like you said, if you feel like, oh, I don't think I can ever trust you again, blah blah blah, then cool. That's what you feel, and it ain't gonna work out. But if you feel like, okay, well, damn, it is what it is. I get it. Our communication was bad. We didn't really say what we was. I do feel some type of way, but you know what I'm saying? Like now we know that this ain't gonna happen no more. And that's different.
So what if we're talking about like a solid marriage? Like y'all are clear on the terms. Y'all are not in an open marriage and cheating happens. So what? Does it change? Is it still okay if it happens? Because
I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm saying that it's the same thing with anything else you do. If you're in a marriage and your wife hit you in your face, that's something that I am absolutely solely against. You know what I'm saying? But that's a mistake that they made, and so it depends on what I'm gonna talk and what I'm gonna take and what we're gonna do. Like, are we gonna move on from this or are we not? So that's what I'm saying. It's things that people can do either or. Since cheating and that it's up to y'all. It's y'all communication. It's how you're gonna take it. And do you feel like this person just, like you said, are they a nympho and they just out here in these streets all the goddamn time?
Yeah, I think the real issue is just not even knowing this person. Like y'all really don't know each other if somebody has to step out. Because it does come back to communication. So like, was I not listening to what he was saying, what he didn't like? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are we just not on the same page?
But I don't know. Sometimes that ain't it. I don't think it's that they don't like. You could be doing things right, but it could be. So I'll say prime example: somebody that's deployed. Somebody could be gone for 10 months, and you know what I'm saying. Like you single, married, whatever. Like when you deployed and you gone for 10 months, like gremlins start to look fucking cute. So you got people that's literally like they ain't been around. Like I'll tell you, for me on the ship, I was on the ship with all males. And we was gone for 10 months, like no females on the ship. It's all males. So when we hit port and we hit land, a girl walking by and you just smell her perfume. You just like, oh my God, it's a girl. Like, oh God, I ain't smelled no girl in months. You know what I'm saying? So like it's certain hormones and stuff that like it's wrong. It could be bad, but you put in a circumstance to where like motherfucker, like a girl touch you just like, oh God, please don't touch me. I love you. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't been around nobody. So I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like it's some circumstances that, and then like you said, a lot of times sometimes people cheat and they think that they're going to something that's better and they realize that it's not. So like once again, that's still a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like they think like, oh man, this person, she got money, she got good, she thick, she this, that, and the third, but she ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? And what you got at the home is what you need. So you know what I'm saying? Like them are learning lessons, and that lesson might lose what you got at home. So,
Correct.
But it might not. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like I think a lot of times it's really that, people do make mistakes, like male, female, grown, married for 40 years, married for 3 years. Like people still make mistakes every day.
So the guys that I've talked to personally that have admitted to cheating mentioned that they continued cheating because the woman that they were with allowed it. So do you feel like that's the case in general? Is that how men feel like, okay, well, I mean, I'm comfortable doing it the first time. She good with it. Like she'll stay. That's my whole stance on why I'm zero tolerance. It's just
not everybody gets cheated on, gets found out. Not everybody gets found out that they cheated on. 1, 2, 9 times out of 10, a lot of guys, if they cheated and they told, that's where it stops. It ain't like she cool with me going out here stepping out. That's basically an open relationship, or that's just.
But what about the ones who got caught?
You said what?
What about the ones who got caught?
I don't know. I'm saying you said the guys, she know I'm out here doing it and I'm keep doing it. She condoning it. That's a different type of like standard. That's basically not even cheating anymore. She keep knowing I'm doing it. Like it's permissible. Yeah, because if she still know I'm out, first off, there's clearly that relationship needs to end, because if she knows that you're out there doing it and you continue to do it, that's one.
But I tell you on another circumstance, I had this conversation with somebody like 3 days ago, and she was saying that she was like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you, like I'm about my business, I'm about my kids, I'm about my family. And she was like, if he out here in these streets, I don't care about that if home is taken care of. But if I'm taking care of home and I'm paying all the bills, this motherfucker needs to keep his ass in the house. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's a whole different. It's your mentality. It's how you feel. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't say, like,
it's your own standards. It's your own
how you feel about it.
Level of self-awareness and level of self-love. Because, but doesn't that say something about a guy who takes advantage of a situation like that? That should say a lot about your character.
I mean, it ain't really. It ain't a lot of times. It ain't really about taking advantage. It's about, like I said, someone thinks that they're in something that they're not, and they're not talking, they're not communicating. Like because a lot of times people they assume. Assumes is like pipes. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people assume things because we had sex and we with each other and we every day. That's my man's, but they ain't said nothing to this person. So that's a assumption. You know what I'm saying? Like. That's an assumption. You got to talk to this person. Like you got to tell this person.
But if a female is actually acting a certain part in your life. Like if you see her clearly cooking and cleaning for your ass, doing things. I'm not saying it validates anything. I'm not saying that does not validate your relationship status. But let's not act like she hasn't been taken down this road at some point. Like something made her feel like. Something you said or something you did made her feel like, okay, this guy's worthy of doing all this shit for.
But once again,
but instead of you stopping that shit, like you doing the most.
I don't think that's it though, because
I don't think there's one way that people cheat. Like I don't think there's a direct way that everybody just cheats from the same script.
No, but I'm talking about she's saying that somebody doing all these things for a man. Once again, that's her observation, because what she's doing, she might feel like she's doing the most, but that might be everybody do that for me. Like that might be average. Like you might think that you cook and cleaning, but I'm from the South who don't cook and clean. You know what I'm saying? You might think like you do laundry.
I don't cook.
Everybody do laundry. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So when someone say like, "Oh, I'm doing all these things," I was like, "Blase," that's their own observation. That's how they feel. They can't tell somebody what.
But women do that out of care, and like that's because they care about you, right? They're not just doing that shit. Like, I don't think y'all, well, I know because I've grown older and I've spoken to men. Like, I understand y'all are wired different. You're pretty damn black and white. Like, y'all don't attach emotion to certain actions. So she's doing all this because she has certain feelings for you. Like, she cares about you, but you can't see that, or you just don't want to see that, or.
But then again, cheating is not a script that you follow. Some niggas cheat because they feel like they can't talk to the person they with, or somebody you get with somebody who's career driven and she only put finances in her career, and you just wanted somebody to talk to and support, and then that one friend that they got, that's who they cheat on you with. So like, it's not a script to this shit. It's not
I think
black and white.
I was saying it more towards his point on how they're on two different pages.
Yeah, she's just saying, but I'm just what I'm saying. I'm saying even with that point is you gotta talk. Like you can't, like, once again, you gotta tell somebody how a lot of relationships, a lot of people do things and they never fully talk about how they feel. And they say, oh, I'm doing these things and he should know. Like, no, that's still an assumption. If you're doing all these things and you feel like, hey, look, I really like you, I really want to go somewhere farther with you. Like, what's going on? You come to my house, I'm cooking and stuff like this, but I'm feeling more for you. Do you feel the same way? Those are conversations you gotta have, because, like I said, anything below that is that's an assumption. So if you're doing all these things, and he come over every day and he just skipping around and he leave and shit, and you just assuming that y'all together, but you know the next day he might not come home. You know what I'm saying? So that's coming.
Well, I don't think that's a cheating situation. I don't know. I think when I think of cheating, I think of a solid, like, y'all are both on the same page as far as what y'all are in. Y'all are in an actual relationship. Y'all are engaged. Y'all are married. That's what I refer to as cheating.
It's not always about the same pages. It's what's happening to the two of y'all in your life at that point. Nobody's ever cheating.
That y'all are not talking about, and that
but nobody's ever cheated when everything is great. I can promise you. That's usually when you're on your P's and Q's. I've never seen somebody sit there and cheat.
Temptation
when everything
is readily available.
I've never seen
life and be in Miami.
I've never seen and a nigga, and if everything's great, he is not partaking in any of
He's not even in a situation where he's gonna get tempted.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never seen it. When cheating happens, there's a disconnect somewhere. It's not always physically. It's not. Sometimes you could be tempted, but even then, if a nigga is cheating, he wasn't in that relationship to begin with. He liked certain aspects of it, but he wasn't all the way in general. And it's just the fall to like the part of a mistake, or just to wrap it around. Like, why do people stay? I don't think people like really fathom how much emotions tie into a relationship. And then also, niggas don't really realize if you've been in a relationship for a certain amount of time, starting over is hard. You know what I'm saying? My family knows this person. I got kids with this person. I got a house. You know what I'm saying? All these things play a factor. It's something a nigga do one time, or let's just say he maxed out it one or two times. I've been with this nigga for 8 years. You know what I'm saying? Is that worth me starting over again? No, it's easier for you to stay. It's cheaper for you to stay with the person that cheated than going off on your own and do that, because little do you know, or little do y'all think, like, when you go back out there and do everything independent, your taxes is different. That's if you married. Your taxes is different. You got to go back out there and learn a nigga new color. You got to go out there and meet a nigga mama. You got to do all this. And if you pass a certain type of age, ain't nobody gonna do that. So it sound cool to just get up and leave, but how many times do y'all give people advice and they don't listen to you while they're madly in love, or while they're madly invested? Once you get to a certain point, it's not about love anymore in a relationship. It's about what's invested in it, and my time is invested in it. Things about certain parts of you that you aren't as young or whatever, you're no longer that. So it's not a simple thing of just leaving, packing your shit and going because you think that you have a hard standpoint on what loyalty is. Okay, well, let's just say this nigga cheated with this nigga cheated with another person. Well, you probably fucked up somewhere in the relationship as well to be just as a culprit of it. Not saying it ain't, but I mean the same with fucking Insecure. Everybody justified Issa. And shout out Insecure, thank you, and good. Everybody justified Issa cheating on Lawrence because Lawrence was going through a depression, wasn't putting any effort into the relationship, wasn't, you know what I'm saying? He was just stuck on the couch. He be not paying attention to certain type of dates. So Issa go and cheat with a former flame, and she actually had sex with the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Now, motherfucker, everybody attributed that to she was justified for cheating when she was wrong the whole fucking time. Only thing this motherfucker did was just lose sight of who he was. He wasn't that same person. But there people justified that because he was out here forgetting all this type of stuff. They justified the cheating. So it's not a simple cut. He failed to them. He failed somewhere in the relationship that justified her to go out there and do what she did. So just because somebody go kill somebody, don't make it not a crime if you go steal something. Somebody just happened to do something worse. So you still drop the ball whether you think you did or not. In some areas, if you cheated, if you got cheated on, you somewhere, you know what I'm saying? In some cases,
yeah, you dropped the ball by not paying attention.
It's not paying attention because you did not hold up your end of the bargain if somebody had to go seek it elsewhere. So that's where accountability come in.
That is not true.
It is in some cases. Like I said,
just
that's
like he was speaking of a nympho. Like you were never going to be just enough. I mean, I guess unless that's the group that y'all have.
But those are rare cases. That's why a nymphomaniac is a rare case. Not everybody in a relationship is a nymphomaniac. Are you a nymphomaniac, Josh?
No, but I'm saying in general.
So we're speaking. It's not men, because also at the end of the day, usually, okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I use Issa, because she was a woman. And if you ask every woman, he failed and didn't hold up his part of being a man. So it justified her going out there and cheating. But they was both wrong. So that's what I'm saying. He failed his part. Not saying everybody is the same, but you are a culprit. And it's not about paying attention.
I don't believe that. No,
that's what it is. That's what it is.
That's what it is. There's always something.
I didn't say always. I didn't say always, but I said a lot of cases somebody dropped the ball.
As an adult,
and sex isn't always cheating.
No, definitely not. Definitely.
Let's just put it like this: if I got with you, and you were always in the gym, and you were always fit, and then you stopped going to the gym, and you just get fat and get beside yourself, you're not holding up your end of the bargain.
No.
Because that's how.
If y'all have communicated that and she has not worked to fix that, and you're not happy, why are you still there? Like, it's very black and white for me.
It's black and white for you on the outside looking in. You're not emotionally attached to anybody right now. You're single. So when you get emotionally attached to somebody, you will put up with more shit from somebody that you have your love and time invested in when you do it. But if you're not emotionally attached to anybody, or you're not invested, or you don't have a significant other, it's easy to say what you will and won't do because you're not in the act. I could tell somebody all the time that I am not going to. I've literally sat there and said I would not be with somebody if shit got rowdy or whatever. But I done got hit by somebody I'm with. And that don't mean I drop it because I'm emotionally invested in it. And so
that was a decision. Everybody's
that's
different.
Why I said that's what I'm saying. Not everybody. But you're also not in a relationship to speak on it.
But there are certain standards and things that I will tolerate and I won't tolerate. I don't see what's so like, do these people just not exist? Like, I would respect a nigga if he be like, you know, if you don't stay fit, it's a dub for me. That's just not what I'm in here for. And if I fucking fell off, then that would be a valid reason for him to drop me. And I shouldn't feel no type of way. Like, he was black and white from the beginning. That's what he stood for. And what's so hard about, you know, understanding that if you go against those rules, that shit's gonna end. Same with cheating for me. Like, if you just feel the need to cheat, we just don't need to be together. Like, if I feel the need to cheat, like if he's not making me happy, and I need to step out and I need to get to know other people, I don't need to be with him.
Just like I'm gonna just answer before I go to the next topic. Just like everybody keep telling you, if it was so easy to make $1 million, everybody would do it. Just with this theory, if your theory was so concrete and black and white was black and white as it is, then everybody would have just fought. There would be nobody breaking this.
That's not true.
If there was
you got leaders, those are not the same people.
Well, a lot of people. I don't follow anybody, so I know that. Like I said, if this was true, if this was a absolute proclamation that you're making, then just like people say it's so easy to make $1 million, everybody will have $1 million.
But I'm telling you, for me, that is black and white.
I get that, and I'm just saying it's not.
We have people that are more. They don't really have standards, or
we got people that don't cuss. So I said it's obviously different people. But I know. Let me see what to say. The next one, Josh, you had anything to say?
I mean, I just think the hardest thing is nothing's absolute. You know, like, because I mean, I feel I agree kind of with both of you, but I just know that nothing's absolute. You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, like you can say anything, I can say anything, and if something happens, I just fall fucking head over heels with this motherfucker, and I'm just like, damn, bro, like I'm tripping, and you know what I'm saying? Like some things change in my life, you know, or on the same sense, is there some things I just be like, I don't care, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm done, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, but I just feel like everything is different. Like it depends on where you at in your life and what's going on.
I know the next one you'll have to kind of explain, because this one is particularly pertaining to something I seen from you. Dating a boss chick. Yes. That was the only chick on here.
No, I mean, what was it? What about it?
Dating a boss chick. What are some of the problems, and what are some of the roadblocks that you've come across within dating as somebody that's an entrepreneur, and you know, people that will classify themselves as boss chicks? What do you feel like some of the issues that you run into, and what are some of the questions that you would ask two males about how should you go about dating if you're a boss chick or a woman is on her shit?
So my biggest hurdle would be trying to figure out if guys are most guys will tell you if they're intimidated. I guess my whole thing is not all, like, to be a boss chick, because I feel like we did talk about this, does not mean that I'm freaking wealthy. Like, I'm not rich. Like, I'm not on a certain pedestal. That just means that I am locked into my goals and reaching them without all these distractions. That's really what a boss chick is. So when you come into my life, or because I'm dating with a purpose, you really have to serve as a benefit to me just as much as I'm a benefit to you. If we're not a benefit to each other, there's no point in talking to me. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, that getting to know phase. No, I'm dating for marriage. So the standards are different. And I feel like just that as a whole, like, that comes off as masculine to guys, even though a lot of us are very feminine. So yeah, my biggest challenges are coming off as intimidating, masculine, and them not really understanding the situation before they get in that shit. Yeah.
So what would you ask us?
Okay, that other question that I asked, that was more so, that was when I was asking for advice, right? It was my advice question. Mm-hmm. So for women who are boss chicks, again, does not mean that they're wealthy. They're trying to get there. They have goals to achieve. So what advice would you have as far as, let's start with dating in the right pool? Because a lot of us, that saying you are what you attract, to me is not true at all. We definitely attract some unique individuals that are not aligned with us. So how would you say we should find these guys? Like, where do we find them? Do you, like, approach these men? Should we let them just, I don't know, come
Josh,
to
you want to
us?
go?
I don't know. Because we seem to pick all the wrong ones.
I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of different. Like, I think that, you know, somebody got to know.
Actually, my fault. I didn't mean to interject. As a boss chick, what type of woman are you going to be in a relationship? You just said what you are as a professional. Mm-hmm. Right. As a boss chick, what type of woman are you in a relationship?
I'm a team player. That's really it.
So could you be submissive in a relationship?
Yes,
could you be a number
course.
2? Okay, that's why I just wanted to ask that part before you come.
Which is why I said I'm dating with purpose. I'm dating with purpose. Like, I have the intent to care for this man, to cook for this man. Like, that's my intention. So I expect him to understand that coming in. That this is just not like a fling. We're not just in the streets. So yeah, in that type of situation, like, where do I look for these guys since we can't seem to find any? And also my second question would be, how are we coming off as How can a woman come off as masculine, or because I've gotten that before.
I don't know, masculine. Like, that's weird. I mean, I don't know. Like somebody saying a woman's masculine. That's. I feel like that's some new age shit. Like, cause it don't matter what you
I've
say,
never heard it previous to
what
this.
you're doing. Like that is no way that you're gonna demasculate me. You know what I'm saying? Like because you're a woman. Like I can't see us doing some shit and you be like, hey, no, you finna take this trash out. And I'm just like, oh, okay, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like you real strong today. So I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know. Like that's weird to me. So I can't even answer that part because I feel like I'm a man all the time, and I can't see the woman be like, damn, yeah, baby. I'm telling you, bro, when we play fucking Call of Duty, bro, she is the man of the house. Like, I don't know where that would come in. But, I mean, I feel like, especially when it comes to, like, finding people, it's just really on, like you said, like, just knowing your worth and just being consistent. Because at the end of the day, people can have all these goals, and they can say they want to do this, they want to do that. But the way I feel about it, anybody can be touched. You know what I'm saying? Like Beyonce, J-Lo, whoever, everybody can be touched by the wrong person if that person, you know, you let somebody in your life like that. So I don't really know. I don't think it's more of where you find a man is. It's just more of what this person is accepting. Because like you could find a whole bunch of ducks, but are you letting ducks in your house? You know what I'm saying? Like it should already be a red flag on certain occasions. You know what I'm saying? Certain things they should do, it should already be a red flag. So if you go past red flags and you just like, well, yeah, and then next thing you know, this duck unsmashed, and then you just like, well, I don't even know how we even got here. And that's on you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Anybody can be touched. It depends on where they're at in their life. So if a person stick to their guns, then okay, cool. But at the same time, you also got to be realistic. I think a lot of people that are single forever, those single forevers, those above 30s, no kids, ain't never been in a relationship longer than 2 years, like some of those things are within that person. That person has to look at themselves and be like, it can't be the whole world. Sometimes it's me. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to realize that it just might be me. You know, I might have unrealistic goals or unrealistic views that I think somebody should be in, and it's no one out there like that. Because if I think that this girl's gonna be perfect, she's gonna cook, clean, work out, you know what I'm saying, give me good sex and blase, talk good, I can run a bit. You might not. She's not gonna be all those things. One person, they're not gonna be perfect. And if you get to the point where you start to look for flaws, you're gonna fucking find flaws. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you always gonna find flaws. But I feel like a lot of people, those forever single, those people, a lot of times they're unrealistic, and what they're expecting, they're not putting back out. You know what I'm saying? So
that's the gag. That's the gag for me, is that I don't look for anything until I am at that level where I can provide that same exact thing.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's at that point in time, you're already behind the curve, because you got to think about everything else in your life. Like if I'm gonna go buy a car, I don't just jump in a car and drive off the parking lot with it. No, I go look and I figure out like what kind of car I want, what kind of gas mileage it got, what color I want, and then I decide, and then I go for it. And so like when a relationship is the same thing with everything else in your life. If you just if somebody just fall into your life like that, you know, he kind of cool, I'm gonna hang out, and you ain't did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the same situation with food, going out to eat, what you're wearing, checking the weather before you go to the beach. Like it's the same. It's kind of the same thing. So it's like not knowing what you want. That's what I'm like looking for. Something is knowing what you want. If you don't want no little bitty ass dude, then can't no little bitty ass dude fall into your circle. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't want no light skin or no dark skin or no fat dude or whatever, then them people can't.
So you're speaking law of attraction at this point, because
I mean kind of law of attraction, but still law of attraction would still mean that you're looking for something, because that's the only way you can't attract something and you're not attracting it. You know what I'm saying? Law of attraction, you still speaking those things. You're attracting you. So if you're not doing that, then that's what I'm saying. That will put you behind the curve, because then you basically just getting what the universe is bouncing off everybody else. So you getting scrubs because you're not putting out what you want in the universe. So that's why, you know what I'm saying, I'm getting ducks all the time because I ain't putting nothing out in the universe. The ducks are falling for me from these other people that's letting the ducks go. So like you still will have to be like, this is what I want, this is what I'm looking for. Like, oh, okay, shit, I want somebody that got a job. Like they gotta have a car. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well, you would think these basic things, you know, you'd find somebody decent with having those basic standards, but it's really not the case. In this current dating pool, we not talking 20 years ago. We not talking 30 years ago. Like so much shit has changed. I'm convinced I was born in the wrong generation because this ain't it. My filter it's not that intense. So I should be able to attract something decent, but I'm about vibes and energy. So, I mean, if he really can't provide that, then he doesn't pass.
So what vibes are you giving out?
That's what I'm saying. Like what, like, cause that's what I'm saying. Like it might be a lot of people vibe, you know what I'm saying? Like vibrations hit off of what your vibrations are. What's the longest relationship you ever been in?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
If we're counting
As an adult.
Oh no.
I mean, if you going back to high school, then we worry right now. So that's what I'm saying.
It's nothing to worry about. Like it's very simple. You either fuck
But
with
that would
somebody
be
hard or
that
you
would be
There's a
that would be
ring
a
or
red
there's
flag
not.
to a nigga. That would be a red flag to a
Or there's
nigga.
not.
That's not realistic though.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's gonna sound like some mess. But if you get to this point in your life and you've never done some of the basic fundamentals of a regular relationship, then that's gonna be a trigger, like something's wrong with this person. Whether it sound cool or not, a nigga's gonna be like something's going to go off to them.
Because
There's
you're just
something
so
wrong
used
with
to
this person.
chaos. No, that's
It's not chaos
chaos.
because you could be with people that just broke
we're
up
used to
normally.
women finding themselves through other men. Like it's I don't see what's so
What you mean?
surprising about somebody who just does not, they like being by themselves, they like achieving shit by themselves until they're ready.
But then you would have to be with somebody. You would have to be with somebody. You would have to be with somebody who's never been in a relationship as well, because both of y'all need to go through the same path. Both of y'all would need to go through the same.
I would marry somebody who's been divorced. That wouldn't just mark him off. I would marry somebody that's been divorced.
But at a certain age, as a man, as to me, and this is specifically me. I'm gonna be lazy. We in our 30s. I'm gonna be lazy. So it's not certain things I'm gonna be waiting for you to go across the threshold that you're going to have to experience. I'm gonna expect that shit have already been done in the latter parts of my years when I'm chilling at this point.
But what does her previous interactions have to do with what she has to provide you today? Like, if she's made sure that she is this wholesome person, like she's not broken down when she meets you.
But why is everybody that's been in relationship? Why is everybody that's been in relationships broken down? Some people could have been in relationships and just grown apart. I'm saying
a person who's in habitual relationships, like.
But you don't have. But I'm saying even everybody that's so Tiffany Haddish and Common broke up just because of distance. That doesn't mean that they're damaged. That just means the distance put a strain in the relationship.
I guess my question would be like, so like you said, you've been in habitual relationships. Like, do you bring in past things, or do everybody start from 100? Everybody get 100 when they start, and they count themselves out, or are you using past things that happen to kind of judge? You know, like how people be like, oh well, I know all dudes do this and all blah blah blah, yada yada, and I'm using that from my experience of the relationship.
Everybody's going to use their experiences at some point, even if they're giving somebody the benefit. Still going to be in the back of your head. Like that's a learning experience for you.
So then what experience could you bring into a relationship because you've never been in one? That's the answer I can give you to that question.
I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying it as in, like insanity. You know what I'm saying? Doing the same thing over and over and over. Expecting that's insanity. So if my experience is not gaining me what I'm looking for, then am I trying something different is what I'm saying. Like, are you okay? Because I can, like I said, I can experience, like, oh, well, I think that throwing something out, I think that like, oh, my friends. So I talk to a lot of friends from Cali, and a lot of friends from Cali, they say that Black women are angry and upset and I can't deal with them, but it's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not just because you have talked to one angry Black girl and then you talk to all these other, Hispanic women, then that's what that's what you feel like. So it's like, are people even given a fair opportunity? And that's what I tell my friends, because they
That's
say
a question for James.
is like,
Why is it a question for me?
are they really given a fair opportunity?
I don't come into situations with a new woman prejudice. Like, I'm not coming. I don't care anything just to answer that question. Let's say I know how to end every relationship with that person. Meaning, as when that relationship is over, anything I'm in is new. So that doesn't come to it. So I've talked to plenty of people. That means I know that every situation I have is unique between me and that person. So that
You don't
doesn't
feel
equate to
like
me.
you as a
No,
person.
I don't no, because I don't know this person that I'm talking to now.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't bring in my past either, because like I could have been talking to the devil incarnated, and this new person might not be like
This
that. So
person's not like that at all. Like somebody who
Okay,
can't
so
cook.
you just answered your own question, James. You're
Who?
asking me what I have to bring, or like it's a red flag when she doesn't have previous relationship experience, but you just said you start from scratch with everybody. So my past should not matter. My past relationships or a lack of relationships, why does that matter if I'm starting fresh with you?
You said I have chaos, or people bring chaos and everything to that. And what I said to that, because I've been in experiences where people bring their past relationships in to something they're in now, I know that that's not always the benefit of the doubt, but I can speak on that because I've dealt with that. But what I said to you was, you haven't done in any type of relationship. So it's certain standards of a relationship that you think that you would mold yourself into based off what you've seen, because you can't base it off of what you've done in past relationships.
Okay, unless you've been married. Can you speak about marriage? Can you speak about the standards that you want for your marriage? Can you speak? Yes, you can speak that.
I can speak about what I would want. I can speak about what I want.
Like you can't. Let's not talk like you can't do things you haven't done before. Like you be fucking shit at it. Like, I don't understand.
I can speak about what I want and something. Those are hopes, dreams, ambitions. But I can't sit there and give a married person advice if I'm not married, because I'm not.
Give them advice.
So that's what I'm saying. So I can speak upon hopes and stuff like that in general.
You can. I mean, I give married people advice, but that's like from a friend to friend type of advice is what I mean. Like if you have a married friend and you just like, from homeboy to homeboy.
I'm just saying, I'm not about
you can give him advice.
I can sit there and ask Stevie Wonder for musical tips, but I'm not gonna ask this nigga for driving tips. So that's all. So
that was my next poll that I'll be posting. You can, I'll hold off on that.
So I just think that it's a certain line that you draw with people without experience, because there are certain things that go into it that you need to experience in order for me to take the advice personally.
Like what did they have? What would they have needed to do? I think you have it mixed up with people who are not in relationships for a long time. Like we live in a fucking tent. Like we live out in a fucking forest. Like nigga. We are inundated with friends and family around us going through relationships that we don't or do want. That's pretty simple. You don't have to experience something to know something.
Well, that's like saying I don't date cheaters. Who in the fuck in a relationship introduced himself as a cheater? Nobody introduced himself as a cheater. Like, it's certain extreme things that you want to be known or don't do, but certain things happen.
Okay. That's you know what? That's start from scratch. So, Miss Jessica, what are you looking for in a man? Let's go there. So, okay, we
at
on
this
speed.
age, at 31,
we speed and date. We speed and date right now, one-on-one. So let's see what are we looking for.
Number one is a teammate. Period.
Okay.
So
I agree.
He has to, as far as household, as far as love, as far as business, he has to be a teammate in all three of those areas. Period. Like 50-50, like half and half. He needs to be stable because and it's not me. I'm clearly stable, but he needs to be stable on his own because, lack of stability I mean, I've personally seen it become like a mental issue for Black men. Like, if you are just not where you need to be, like, you're just not in the right headspace to really conduct yourself in general.
Insecurity.
So
what happens? Boom, everything's good. We stable. I lose my job. I ain't got stability for a couple months. Are you done with me, or are we fucking? We gonna?
No, because that was gonna go to my next thing about how he needs to be, you know, motivated and driven. Because you can't. I mean, you can be locked up and be fucking driven as fuck. Like, you over here calling shots from jail, letting me know what I need to do to keep the business running. You know what I mean? That doesn't get pulled from under you. Like, it just doesn't disappear. So as long as he has that drive, like, that's what I meant by teammate. Like, you have to have somebody that's gonna pull you up. That's the
starting. I just want to say, my fault, Josh. I just want to say that's the initial premise of Insecure. He started off motivated. He got fired. He fell into a depression. She cheated on him after depression went too long. That's what I mean. I'm just saying. That's why I say like that's what. But I'm saying that's why I said like. That's why I said everything starts off good, and then yes, he's still motivated because he ended up having a great job later in the season. But just life is what I mean. The variable. Just because you have a motivated trait in you doesn't mean you can't be knocked on your ass.
Correct. But that's
how
why
long
you
can you stay? How long can you? How long can they? How long can you hold them down? That's why I said how long can you hold them down?
That's also another pro to dating a boss chick or a chick who's about her shit, because she's going to survive regardless. You know what I mean? Like, if y'all are in a relationship, she clearly knows how to get shit. She clearly knows how to take care of business. So I would feel.
What's the cons, Josh?
What's the cons now? So because that all this right here, we shine and start. It sounds great. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
because
I would think 50-50 is really not a hard concept, because somebody is going to fall off.
Yes,
I'm going to be pregnant. What if I get ill? You know what I mean? Like, it's always that situation. So if y'all can't hold up the end and y'all are both not stable, it's not going to work. Like, if somebody's really pulling the weight the entire time, it's not going to work. So, like I said, I'm looking for a teammate 50-50. That's very hard to find. I'm just
so out of it. So you named 3 things. What's the hardest thing to find out of the 50-50? Because it's got to be.
It's a teammate, because some of them don't want anything to do with business or making money, or they're not comfortable with talking about finances. Like, that's like, you know, when we start, I guess, talking about how money's made, because that's the realistic part. Everybody wants to like candy coat that in the beginning of relationships, but nigga, how are you surviving? How am I surviving? You know what I mean? So it would be the teammate part.
What if y'all?
A lot of them don't want to talk about it. They want to talk about the. Huh?
So basically, you saying a lot of it is the financial part of the teammate?
No, teammate, because teammate was the first one that I mentioned. Like, finding somebody who hits those markers, like, across, you know, financial, emotional, like 50-50.
So, and then out of most of the relationships you have, are you the one to break up the relationship, or do other people break up a relationship with you?
Okay, we're gonna have to define relationships, because James clearly is not validating it. Well, yeah.
I haven't said anything.
Yes, James.
I have not said anything. Why am I getting drunk? I literally have sat.
Okay, so I'm gonna clear up what a relationship is for me. A situationship ain't it. He can. I have had those. Those are not valid. They're interactions that I've had in my life, but they were not, you know, to the point where he was about to put the ring on my hand. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean by a relationship. So no, I can say I haven't been in one. I've just been fooling with people, you know? So yeah, that's, I don't know who asked about relationships, but that's my answer when you say 0 relationships. Because that's relationships for me.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I can ask questions all day, because like stuff like that, that's interesting to me, because I'm just like, you know, like the whole conversation, like even being a boss chick and doing different things and, you know, like all that stuff, then how have you not been in no real relationship? I don't understand.
When you don't meet that energy, like if you don't meet somebody who reciprocates that, like you settle for, I don't know. I feel like certain things, those are considered like settling, like basic shit. Like you were saying, he would need an income. It's like basic shit that they're not making pass. So that's really why I'm single. They're not meeting the basics.
I wonder where you going. You going to Popeyes and meet this broke nigga bunch or something like
Man,
that?
look, outside, I clearly
Damn, in the
said
line
I
for
was-
chicken
Best ones I
salad.
ever met- Some of the best ones I ever met was at Walmart though. So I don't know, bro.
I'm just wondering what is what.
I'm making an effort to step out more, but yeah, I haven't.
Nothing. I'm waiting for you to say the next.
Yeah, so I've never really put myself out there like, hey, it's me, everybody. I'm open. Like, here's your chance. No, because I feel like that's inorganic. That's not even my vibe.
What was I about to say? I know what you were saying earlier. What I said about I just said I don't count high school anything as a relationship. That's all I said.
Right, but you never elaborated because
I said as an
literally-
adult. I just said as an adult
You
relationship.
told me that I've never been in a relationship, so I feel like I had to explain what my version of a relationship is and is not.
Have you been in one? I'm
No,
asking.
not the one that I would define as relationship. No.
Well, then I got the answer from you. Then our last topic is discipline for kids, and
Oh,
I wanted
fun,
to
my
ask.
favorite.
I wanted to ask your opinion, Josh. I'll say, are you against whooping kids?
No. I won't whoop nobody else's kids though. Like I'm against that. Like if I'm talking to a girl, she got kids, I won't put my hands on nobody else's kids. No.
How do you feel whooping falls in a standard of raising children?
I mean, I just like I don't know. Like I feel like I got whoopings. It didn't like you not out here putting whiplashes and you know what I'm saying, like motherfuckers bleeding and shit. But
yeah, did you categorize it as abuse or anything like that?
No. If I got a whooping, I feel like it was deserved.
Okay. So, I feel the same way, but the last one I just wanted to get Jessica, I'll get your opinion on disciplining children and where do you stand on this?
I won't go too in depth, but I don't believe in physically harming your kids. Discipline, that's pretty general. You can train kids, you can talk to kids, but that's discipline. But as far as physically hitting your kids, no, I don't believe in it.
And the word, well, you sugarcoated the word. She
Did
called
I?
it as traumatic and abuse. So I just wanted to get like your stance on Josh, if you felt like that'd be something practice that you would. You said you already would, and I know you would. You would not, Jessica.
I don't know if it's traumatic and abuse. Like I said, like my mama ain't never tell me go outside and grab no switch or no shit. Like I ain't like some of those stories that people say. I ain't never did no shit like that.
So you have heard these stories? Like these are pretty.
Yeah, I mean I've heard
pretty
stories,
normal.
but at the same time, like I got family members. My little cousins, like I mean, they still in cars and like all kind of outrageous shit. So like the punishment can't be okay. Well, you're gonna write this and you're not gonna watch TV. Like hell, they don't care about that. I ain't gotta watch no TV. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like I mean you shouldn't be out here fucking like because at the same time I've also seen like parents get to fighting with their kids because their kids are if your kid run up on you.
That's
Like,
different. That's different from a discipline. That's what I told James. I was like, until they're 16 and 17 and they decide to run up, then that'll be that. But I'm talking about raising them from a baby. Like, there's some things you can instill in a child that sticks with them for life. And it's deeper. It's deeper than, you know, I feel like the conversation can go here because there's actual chemicals that are produced in a child when they have fear.
Which is why I'm wondering why you being so light with your response.
Because I feel like
Because you knew the topic before I even said it on the show. So
I did. It just there's so many branches to it, but in general, my theory outside of my own personal experience with being beats, because beat is beat. There's and it's including adrenaline. Adrenaline should not be in children under a certain age. Like that's not a normal chemical reaction to have. Like I have feared my parents at 5 all the way up to 15. So just that fear that you know you about to get your ass beat or physically being hit. Like you out in public, you about to fight, like that shit that builds up in you. That's not a normal chemical to have in your body in a developing brain at that age. So if this is something that you constantly have in your body at that age from 5 to 15, now you're developing your schizophrenia, your anxiety, your anger issues. Like a lot of shit that happens in the Black community, honestly, are a result of their environment and how they were raised. Because we were raised in fear, whether it was our parents, it was somebody down the street. Like that's not a normal chemical. So I hate for it to be a white black thing, but white kids are fearless as fuck. Like
I don't know.
They
Like
ready to fucking go to war with.
I think that's the same thing though. I think that's at the same time that's not a good thing neither. Like they don't have that's why they don't have no point. They're not scared of. They can go out and fucking beat the shit, shoot somebody, do whatever, and they're not worried about it because they've never fear is something. That's why fear runs the world. Fear is something that you can. It works. You know what I'm saying? Like
it works, but is it healthy for a child that you genuinely care about?
I mean, but if I can put fear in you from doing something, like let's say the fear is drugs. Let's say my fear or my mother's fear is I'm telling you, drugs is this, that, and the third. You shouldn't do blah blah. And I never do drugs my whole life. Then that fear was worth than my mom not doing that. And she's like, no, it's just not that bad. And then I go up.
No, because there's a difference between condoning something. Just because
I'm just not saying condone. But I'm saying other some things we know work. You know what I'm saying? It's something that we know.
How have we figured that this works? How has this worked for the Black community as a whole? Has it stopped us from going to prison? Has it stopped us?
But prison ain't got nothing to do with you punishing your kids.
It actually has a lot because you're going back into submission is what's really happening. I'm saying you're going to a place where you lose control. And
yes, but going to prison, a lot of that is society going against the Black community. That has nothing to do with you punishing your kids. That has nothing to do with society, everybody against us. I get that. Everybody in the world against us.
I'm locked up because I got my ass whooped.
But you know what I'm saying?
No, that's not.
Some niggas in prison. Some niggas in prison.
Some
niggas in prison about it.
The benefit in the Black community to beatings versus talking to your children.
I feel like some white kids are a perfect example of what happens when you just talk to your kids because they go shoot up shit. A lot of them aren't beat. If you ask them, some of them kids they never got whooped. That's up there shooting up schools, acting irrational, talking back to teachers and shit like that. Them kids definitely not getting their ass whooped.
Yeah, because I can say me. I can say some of my friends it's prime example. I learned my lesson. You know what I'm saying? I did some shit, and my mom was like, "Dude, don't do this," and I did it, and I got a whooping. I was like, "Damn, I don't ever want to do that again." I ain't worried about it. I ain't ever do it again. You know what I'm saying? That was. It ain't no somebody just talking to me, especially kids nowadays. I feel like everybody nowadays they're so opinionated. I'm saying this out of the military. I'm gonna say military sailors juniors and stuff like that is so different now because it's almost like you said, it's that white kid syndrome. Well, they ain't gonna touch me. What's the worst they can do? They can holler at me all day, but ain't nobody gonna touch me. Then
I feel like it puts a sense of entitlement on you.
Yeah,
you better not put your fucking hands on me.
I'm the adult, you know what I'm saying? So your parent gonna be like, no, you can't do this. You know what I'm saying? My mama was the mom, the dad, the coach, the everything. You know what I'm saying? She taught me everything. So I mean, it's just certain things that I feel like for me, like I said, it worked for me. I'm grand. I don't have none of those, if you're talking about anxiety, and I don't have any of those things. I've never had those things, but I learned my lesson. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. Okay. I get it. Because she told me, because at the end of the day, your parents tell you not to do something and you do it. So that they're talking to you. So then when you come back, you'll be like, oh, come on now. I told you not to do this and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes that don't work. You know what I'm saying? Some kids that don't work for. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's the don't work.
If you do it anything. Go ahead.
Don't work means your child made a mistake and they done it again and it just don't work. Does that mean, is that what you mean by it don't work? What
no, meaning when if you give somebody if you tell somebody like they tell you don't touch the stove if it's hot. Okay, well, if you don't listen to me and you go touch the stove and you burn your damn hand, well, that's going to be obvious, do a lot more than me telling you don't touch the stove. It was a consequence to it. The stove was on. You touched it. Now your hand is
So
burned.
you
Now
so
have to
you've
walk.
already got that consequence, right? So now
But I wouldn't
go
whoop
back
you.
to
I
your
wouldn't
parent
have to, but I
and get
wouldn't have
beat.
to whoop you. I wouldn't have to whoop you if you already got burned. You already learned the consequences.
I'm not saying you. I'm definitely saying majority of us who did do it, who ended up touching and getting burned, we still got our ass beat for doing it. It's just like a
I mean, that happened. I mean, that actually happened to me, and I touched the stove. My mom said not to touch it. I didn't get my ass beat. Like
that was enough. That was enough of the lesson.
You learned your damn lesson. Like, don't do that shit no more. But I mean, I just see, like, I'm gonna say, like, in my family. So I see, like, my cousins or something like that. I see one of my cousins, and he got 3 kids, and like he whooped his kids when they was younger, and he told them, like, hey, don't do this, blah blah blah. And them motherfuckers is respectful as hell. And then I see the other cousins like, oh, I don't really believe in whoopings. And them little motherfuckers running around doing circles and shit.
Because they don't believe in discipline. They don't believe in discipline.
But it's different
like,
kinds of
discipline is not only whooping.
Like, yeah, it's not only whooping. That's what I'm saying. It's different.
Respect you.
But
discipline is training them to do certain things and what not to do. So,
yeah, but like you said, it's certain kinds of it's levels to discipline. Some disciplines don't work for certain people. Some training somebody, I can teach you how to do something by visually teaching you, but you might not be a visual learner. So the same thing with disciplines. Some disciplines will not affect you like it affect me. You know what I'm saying? Some disciplines will not work on certain kids. And so that's, if you're doing certain disciplines and you like, oh, I did this, and I did this, and I did this, and blah, blah, and it don't work. The same way with whoopings. Sometimes whoopings don't work. I'm not saying that whoopings is the only thing, but it is.
I've definitely seen them not. I've seen them not work more than they do work.
It's still a form of discipline. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that's a form of discipline that works. So.
But it's not the same level. It's not the same level as it's not creating, like I was talking about the chemical reaction, like you're not getting the same.
But you got as kids, you talking about the chemical reaction that comes to
schizophrenic is genetic. Like that's not, you're not getting that from ass whooping.
No, but when I'm talking about
okay, I'll send you the research later, James, since we want to talk numbers and
no, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the chemical reaction that she's talking about with discipline and fear. You can also get that from verbal people. You got parents that verbally talk bad to their kids.
Correct. That is verbal abuse.
And it still gets
abuse in general. Like, I'm not sure anybody that would be.
But it's not for you to dictate what the abuse is. It's the person that feels they're being abused. I've said that's what I'm not your kids. I'm saying the person that's receiving it is a person that dictates if it's abuse. And then sometimes later in life, they get the purpose of it. When you go through certain things, like when you're a kid and you think your parents are the most meanest parents out there in the world, that's because at the time you don't get the message that they're trying to get until you get in a similar situation, or you sometimes get older. Then you get the method of that. You get the method of.
But you don't have to learn lessons through trauma either.
But that's what I said. You don't know what you're saying. You could be like, do not do. Like you could sit there and say, I don't want people over my house. And they could figure that as trauma. They never wanted me to have friends. They never wanted me to do that. That's something so small. But their kid registers as trauma because you didn't want him to be around anybody. You want him to be isolated. When your whole thing is people steal, people aren't really your friends. They come and use you. And that's saying it in a calm manner. But you don't realize that because you're the one that's upset with it, or you're the one that's being affected. So that's because how you perceive something and it's traumatic. Only thing traumatic means is just instilling. So you can make it seem like they were a dictator. In reality, they knew that you were hanging around knuckleheads, and them knuckleheads had a problem with going around and messing up people's houses. But as a kid, you don't realize that. So that's why I said it's not always about that. It's about
I compare it to athletes. So I always compare it like stuff like that, like parent as athletes, because a lot of times that's where you get sports and stuff you did. Sometimes that might be your only father figure, but I might feel like this dude is fucking like, he got us running all the goddamn time. I'm tired. He beating our ass. He making me do shit. And we passing out. We tired. And I'm just like, damn, bro, like, why the fuck am I going through this? And then we go play other teams and we demolish them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so some things your parents are going to see the better of it. You know what I'm saying? And you not understand it, until, it helps you out.
Yeah, why do we practice? And you go to the game and then you execute it perfectly because you've been practicing and you got it as a rhythm. It's just certain things that you don't understand while you're the person. Same with boxing.
So since because I feel like I've asked you this before, James, and you blew it off, but so since sounds like we can justify physically hitting a child to get them to understand a consequence. So why is it so unfair for the police to beat you as an adult for making a mistake?
Anybody
for making a repetitive mistake,
anybody,
or not even a police,
because the police are trained. Because the police are
slap you across the face because
nobody said they aren't.
It's the same way where if Floyd Mayweather hit me, he's going to go to jail for a long time because he is trained
outside of the ring.
Legally knows what he's supposed to be doing. That same thing with military. Like, I'm military. We get trained on certain things that you don't get trained in. So it would be unfair for me to do that. Like, that's my whole job. Like, my job is to find other ways. Like, that's why the police are going to jail, because the police have other means.
Okay, so let's not even do it police no more. Let's talk about in a relationship with somebody you love, because your parent loves you. So it's okay, because my parent, they love me, they want the best for me. So I have accepted this beat down because they love me.
That's different. Your parent beating their kids because they did something wrong is different than your grown ass boyfriend beating your ass because he.
But how is it different?
It's totally different. They're like, we're too.
Because as a kid, you should have leveled out from ass whoopings. The older you get, like, you only whoop like a dog. You only whoop a dog for a short amount of time in their lives, as in, like, yo, don't shit on the rug.
I think
and the only way
gauge,
you do that,
it's your gauge on abuse. Like,
I don't call it abuse. First off,
I'm just gonna say, like, either if we gauging or whatever, a child's whooping is not in the same category as a relationship beating.
Because nowhere in that ass whooping where they doing punches, ducks.
Like, shouldn't an adult should be able to take them blows versus a child, right?
No.
You were getting spanked. You were getting.
That's saying you as a female that's 60 pounds should be able to take the blows from a dude that's 260.
She should.
That's not just,
she
no,
should,
she should not.
Because but you as a grown man, you can hit a child that's fucking 20 pounds.
You're not
knocking the child.
You're not knocking a child out. You're not fucking pushing no kid down those steps or.
Okay. So let's say you're in that relationship. He should be able to give you a pop on your butt. He should be able to physically, like any gauge of hitting. He should be.
Because one of the main reasons why one of the main reasons why you got an ass whooping as a kid is because you didn't keep your damn hands to yourself. So obviously that when you get older, that shit should have been instilled in you.
He should be able to pull out a belt and pop you every now and then because you were not following directions, and he already told you, and you already knew what you were doing, right? You're not abusing her. That's not
going to have the same effect on the adult though. Like that's like he was saying about training a dog. If you got a dog that's grown and old, you're not finna fucking train him the same way that you training no pup. You know what I'm saying? It's the same.
James, why you keep laughing like you don't understand? Like, that's a basic comparison.
That's not
that's not a basic comparison because as a child, as a little child, the older the child gets, you're supposed to come down less and do certain things less.
So there's stipulations to this beating thing. Like, there's rules to it.
Well, first off, I don't know. There's no beating. There's no beating.
Because we need to know the rules to beating. We need to know what age, what way we need to stop.
But Josh knows the same rules I know. Like, there's rules.
But y'all just talked about how y'all's household whoopings were not as bad as others.
That's any household though.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't. Like, that's anything though. That's anything in the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the way your mama talk to you ain't the way my mama talk to me. So that's still not the same comparison. You can't really put those stipulations in. But like, oh well,
which is why I'm not standing there. Okay.
But discipline is discipline. It's your household. Like the shit. You got some countries. But I'm saying you got some countries that you steal something, they cut your hand off. They still do that.
Correct.
Okay, that's in their country. That's an understanding in their country. Like you might not agree on it, but that's that's their discipline. So they know better. And that's the same thing with a kid. Like a kid don't
agree. Yeah, I
so
don't have to agree to call it
the way you raising your kid up, like the way you teach them to understand or to potty train them or do whatever is the way you do that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like when you get older, that's like you saying, okay, you are an adult, you should still be able to piss in the bed because you was pissing in the bed as a kid. Like that don't.
No, that's not.
Like when you. That's
that's
because
that's a part of training.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. As you get older,
without physically, you can train them not piss in the bed without hitting.
Okay, but I never got hit and about pissing in the bed. But I know as an adult, you don't need to keep. But I'm saying I know as an adult, I don't need to piss in the bed because when you get older, just like they say, when you get older, you need to keep your hands to yourself. As you get older, you should be able to adapt that concept. So
I know you're saying what you should be able to do, but we've already talked about how all kids are different, right? So it's like that only comes in a benefit when it's talking about your situation.
Not really, though.
Not really. We got like 2 minutes. So like,
yeah, I mean,
everybody trying to point.
I would say that I don't know. I feel like you putting this discipline in a certain box that it's not in. You know what I'm saying? Because you compared it to something that it can't compare to. But I mean, and like you said, some people don't like whooping, some people do, some people don't. I mean, I don't know. To each his own, but I just feel like you know what's wrong with what's right. You know what I'm saying? Like I know.
Correct. And in my eyes,
I know I don't supposed to touch little kids, but you got people that molest kids all the time. So if you want to compare those things to an extreme like that, then that's what they're going to be compared to. But you still know, like I know if a little kid do something, I pop him. I know I'm not smashing his hand, so I don't like
get hit with the Stone Cold Stunner and shit like that.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's a pop. Like, hey, stop! You can't do that. Oh shit! You know what I'm saying? Like, but you can't do that to no adult. Pop, and she's like, oh shit! I didn't know. That's not the same. That she's a grown adult, so the effect is not going to be exactly the same. That don't really.
Also, usually, I'll say this is my final point. Also, usually, the shit that you got popped for as a kid, most people only do that to kids. Like they've never seen. The only way you do something as an adult is if you seen your adult counterpart. Your adult parent or whoever do that to another adult and you think it's cool. Like if I saw my dad beating my mom as a kid, that's probably why I would start beating my old lady. Not so if I whoop my kid, that's because that's what I thought worked when I was a kid. It's not something you do as an adult to the other. You usually do to an adult what you see somebody of the same or somebody as an adult do to another adult. That's what you find is acceptable. Yeah. If that's what you see in your household. That was my final point.
Like I said, the main point is I always compare it to athletes because the reason why you got like LeBron went to the NBA, then his kid is gonna go to the NBA, then his other kid's gonna go to the NBA. Because they have the same discipline. It's the same thing. Discipline
is not the same. Like
it's the same. It's the same. But you're saying discipline is not the same for you. But you don't know what they're doing in the household. So you know because you got people. You got kids.
We're talking about physically hitting.
Yeah, but
what if his kids got? What if his kids got?
Physically hit their kids to become athletes and become best musicians and dance and stuff like that. You got people that you got all kind of stories like that. But I'm saying
because they do it is right.
No, it
worked for them. It worked for that kid. Like just you're just labeling it. You're labeling it as abuse.
Same argument, like because I can have the same argument and say, "Well, you're not whooping your kids. That's why they're going crazy. So is it right?" It's what.
But you can never say I abuse my kids.
But your kids be out here and kill everybody. That don't matter.
But that's what you label abuse. That's what I keep saying. You can't label. You can't label something for everybody. If Josh just sat there and said that he did not feel like he was abused because he sat there and said his mother gave him ample opportunity.
But if he goes to
something
psychiatrists,
wrong,
they would tell him certain events in his life were traumatic or woo-de-woo.
Yeah, but who's to dictate? Who's to dictate what's traumatic in your life?
That's what I'm saying. You can only the person can only
dictate
your
actions.
That.
Really, it's based on.
Okay, but if Josh was to get whooped for something and he never shows any, he doesn't have any triggers, he doesn't have anything, he doesn't have any pulse, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't fear, he doesn't wake up at night. That means it wasn't traumatic to him. So nobody can decide what his emotion was. Only Josh can dictate what it was. It's like drugs. I've seen my family family members on drugs. I haven't taken a drug, but I've seen their actions. So, but a therapist can't tell me about something that she hasn't experienced with me. That's her life.
But I think that's also why Black people in therapy is taboo. But that's another subject.
You're right, because we at the time limit.
That's another subject. Because y'all feel like can't nobody tell y'all about y'all child. Yes,
No, I mean, I talk to therapists. I mean, we in medical. I'm in the medical field. I talk to a therapist, but it's
okay.
It's just certain
So
things.
could I tell you, or a therapist tell you more about you than you could tell yourself?
Yeah.
A therapist can actually
Yeah.
break down some shit and tell me
She
more.
can break down,
they
but can she tell you about you more than you could tell you about yourself?
Yeah, it's possible.
It,
You don't think they like? I think when
they
you
can
get a
tell you.
therapist,
They can tell
white
you.
guy on the
They're not
couch,
telling you. They're not
it's
telling
still
you
ass
about
niggas out here
yourself.
that's full-on therapists. Like
There's not. They're not telling you.
Look, I'm not knocking people about their therapy. It is some amazing therapists out here, but it's also some therapists that's not living where I'm living from. So that's just like people.
That's like when black people all got a chance.
You can choose your therapist. I'm not.
Yes. But that's the same. It's the same thing.
Down shit.
It's the same thing with that people talk about police. There's some good police out here, some bad police out here. So you can't I don't know, a therapist can't be like, oh well, you know what? You're going through
even easier to answer your own question. To answer your own question, Jessica, you choose the best therapist for you. You know yourself enough to know that this person isn't going to be a good therapist for you.
But
because
like I
you know
said,
yourself. They can break down stuff better. You can talk to them about. You can talk to them about stuff better, and they can break down stuff. But how many people aren't 100% with a therapist? So the therapist
they can only
cannot
break down what you give them.
exactly. So that means the only person. Exactly. So listen. So only person that can know that type of stuff is the person sharing the information. I can go into a therapist and lie. So I'm the one who
Most
knows
therapists are trained to know when your motherfucking ass lying. That's
no,
a
they
part of the
don't. They're
profession.
trained. They're trained
That's
to
a part of the
know.
profession.
I don't know, bro. Like
I
work in the
two medical
doctors,
two medical niggas. And I've talked to them. They say we just sit here and listen, but two medical niggas. So you gotta go. So
but I have friends that are therapists as well.
I know. So do we. We know Taylor's wife is a therapist.
I got
Taylor
doctors.
went to school
I got
for that.
doctors
So,
all the time. Doctors be like,
That's what
"Oh
I'm
yeah."
saying. We literally work with doctors.
It's medicine. At the end of the day, therapy is a part of medicine. It's a practice. That's what it is. It's a practice.
To an extent,
Yeah.
because you're speaking
All
Western
med-
medicine. I'm
all
like
medicine
holistic,
is a practice.
whole nother.
We got to wrap. So we going into 2022. What's some of y'all goals for 2022?
I tell you one of my goals is I tell you this year, and I haven't said this to anybody, but so this year with all my money and everything, I hit, you know what I'm saying, 120,000 this year. So I feel like my goals this year is gonna be to just grow all my businesses, plan everything out, promote, podcast growth, my TikTok growth, body butter growth, crystal business growth, and just grow another business. You know what I'm saying? Like get another business is going to grow and just better get more passive income, because as of right now, my passive income pays for everything. So other people are paying for my mortgage, my car note, my bills, everything. So now the next goal will be try to build to where all of my money that I bring in, I'm making that same amount of money as passive income.
Go ahead, Jessica.
So my goals is to expand on my current business, and to venture out and see what else I could do with my brand. So I'm not putting too much pressure on myself, but that's really what I want to do this year. And I want to travel more.
Yes, okay. I agree. Travel. I got my passport, so
I finally got mine last year, y'all.
Shout out to Josh. We both hit the 100K club this year. We got signed to a network. Hit double the amount of blue checks that we did. Sold a lot of merch. We got a lot of stuff. 2022. I want to close on my second crib. I want to take the show even further. I want to get a team working with us. For sure. It's some other stuff I want to do, but it's still in the works, so I don't want to premature it. But definitely just want to do better than I did this year. So That's my goals for them. Oh, I want to hit 200,000.
You play 150,000. I want to hit 150,000. I want to
hit 200,000. My stocks did great this year. My crypto did great this year. The show did great this year. So I did pretty good all around. So that's all I want to do. Just keep blessing. I overcame a lot of hardship this year, so I definitely know it's only just hoping for better. Thank you, Jess, for closing out the year with us as our last female guest host. Anytime. Female guest host for the year. Josh, another one. You joined the show this year. So I guess shout out to Banks. Everybody else, shout out to the dog Banks, everybody else that helped contribute to all the success from start to finish, not just this year. We appreciate y'all. Shout out to all my family members, friends, and everybody who listened to the 8 More Than 92 podcast and this contributed to everything for it. Shout out to the people from Great Combo Media for putting us on this platform and signing us to make sure we got the opportunity to do what we can do. Shout out to the people from Great Combo Media that we plan on doing stuff with next year, and we appreciate everybody. This has been another episode of 8 More Than 92 podcast. We always keep it 100. We love y'all. We thank y'all. We're gonna see y'all in 2022. Peace.
Hey, what's up? It's head coach of the Tennessee State University Tigers, Eddie George, inviting you to join me each week on my new podcast, Beyond the War, where I sit down with some of my favorite people to discuss, everything, the good, the bad, the past, the present. Nothing is off limits. Beyond the Roar, a Great Combo Media and TSU Big Blue Sports Network collaboration. Listen to the show on Apple, Google, Spotify, iHeartRadio, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts.
Deeper Than the Diet is an all-new, groundbreaking podcast that goes beyond the surface to address the impact of trauma and its influence on your diet and emotions. Join certified nutrition coach Demetrius Cheney Perkins and certified EMDR therapist Yanetta Spring in this weekly raw conversation as they break ground together.
Get comfortable in your favorite spot because we may get a little uncomfortable. Deeper Than the Diet does not substitute a relationship with a nutritionist or therapist. Please consult with your professional before implementing any life changes. Deeper Than the Diet is now streaming on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google Play, and anywhere you listen to podcasts.
Let's go deeper together.